Alright, I think we're ready to start now. Let's add a YouTube marker. That way we can get things underway. But before I do, I'm going to go ahead and readjust the desktop audio volume. And we shall begin. As soon as I open up Dolphin. Hey, here we hang on. Okay, just making sure I can see the chat. Let's go. Let's do this. Hey, here we go again. Alright, let's get ready to load up the game. Let's do it. Bit of a weird lag, but whatever. Alright, let's go. Hello everybody, this is General Snivy, and welcome back to more of the Star Fox Adventures playthrough, aka the Retro Achievements playthrough for Star Fox Adventures. Anywho, last time we not only began our journey, but we also learned of the planet's current turmoil, what we need to do to save the planet before it ends up blowing up and essentially destroying the entire Lilac system. And not only that, but we also made ourselves a new friend in the form of Tricky the Triceratops right here. He's a very good boy, and we will be playing with him throughout the course of today's session. Not only that, but we also crashed several times. I think roughly 8 or 9 times in the last session, so that was real fun. And this was more so a Dolphin issue, not so much an issue with the game itself. Again, that's just the way emulators sometimes, it sometimes does weird, funky things. Not a big fan, but alas, it is what it is. And not only that, but we also went to DarkIce Mines, took down the first boss, and acquired our first, I almost said Sunstone. It is a SpellStone, our first SpellStone. So in today's session, we're going to return said SpellStone, and we're going to continue with the rest of the game. We'll see how far we can go within the next 5 hours or so. So with that out of the way, let's begin now, shall we? And of course, before we even begin, I figured we'd take a little bit of time to play with Tricky for a little bit. Or at least play with them as we continue to, or as we make our way to our next destination, which is going to be the Moonlight Pass. It's either that or the Moon Mountain Pass. Oops, sorry Tricky, didn't mean to hit you. That was my fault. I meant to hit the mushroom, not your behind. Come on Tricky, let's go. Get the ball. If you're wondering why exactly I'm playing with Tricky as we're making our way downtown, walking fast and we're not so homebound, the reason why I'm doing this is to try to work on a more annoying grind-oriented trophy or achievement for retro achievements. And this particular achievement involves it involves doing something rather fun with Tricky, and that is playing with him enough until he eventually changes colors. And the color palette that we're looking for is the one seen in his original design for the original Dinosaur Planet prototype. So, that's what we're looking to do.
Go get it.
And I also figured that playing with him as we make our way to I figured that while we're making our way towards our destination, playing with Tricky might as well kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Make things a bit more fun and interesting. And also break up the monotony a little bit. But... whoa! Whoa there! Oh dear. Well, we did. Well, that sucked. No biggie. Well, if a game over does happen, which... yeah, that does tend to happen if you happen to kick the bucket or fall into an a endless pit of nothingness. Well, yeah. like I said, it acts like a game over, and no bathroom dads are going to save you in that regard. So yeah, unfortunate. In other words, you're kind of going back quite a ways. Also, you may be noticing, what is this weird gauge that just appeared at the bottom of the screen? I do believe that is Fox's oxygen gauge. And if you let that deplete, well then, you know what happens. He kind of gets to experience a very quick death. And let me just say, it's not exactly a painless one. I'll tell you that much right now. Hey, Tricky, can you use your teleportation jutsu as we make our way downtown? That would be great. So earlier I mentioned that, we crashed, or Dolphin crashed like 8 or 9 times in the last session. And jokingly I thought about putting up a crash counter. Oh, Tricky, what the hell? How did you do that? This game works. It just works. It is a flawless masterpiece. Well, anyway, back to what I was saying, though, about the whole crashing thing. I think I might have solved the issue. If you're wondering exactly what I did, well, I did a little bit of searching around via DuckDuckGo, and I came across a Reddit thread as well as a post on the Dolphin forums describing the exact issue that I was experiencing with Star Fox Adventures. And there were a couple of solutions I could try, and one of which I actually went ahead and employed via the Dolphin forums. So that's what I did. Hello there.
Wake up! Somebody coming!
Why do you sound like Igor from, I don't know. Igor? I don't get it. Well, I guess this is no time for play. We gotta get moving. And also, if you want to make these barrels stop rolling around as if you were playing Donkey Kong, well, one thing you need to keep in mind with these barrels is, A, they don't deal a whole lot of damage. They only deal like 1 unit of energy worth of damage, and really, it ain't a big deal if you get hit. Just take the hit and move on. It's not like you get flinched to oblivion. And also, if you couldn't tell, once you reach this point, regardless if you have the Moon Mountain Pass key or not, if you don't have the key, this is as far as you can go. And yeah, you would still get the cutscene upon your first entry here, so keep this in mind. And if you want to get these barrels to stop, what we're going to need to do is do something about it. Now that we can finally enter the main part of the Moonlight Pass, I think that's the name of this place.
Hi, Fox.
Moon Mountain Pass. That's it. Excuse me. Now that we can enter this place properly, now we can deal with these barrels that are constantly raining down. And to do that, we need to deal with you. Not only that, but we also need to deal with his little crony friend here. Also, you may have noticed a new Sharp Claw-like enemy. As you clearly saw, he takes way more hits to take down, or not way more, just a little bit more hits to take down. Like 1 more combo worth. Nothing too crazy. In fact, I think those are some of the more powerful enemies that you'll encounter in this game, so be sure to keep that in mind. This way, the Volcano Force Point. Awesome. At least we know we're on the right track. Also, I clearly threw straight, so why did it curve all the way to the right? I don't get it. I forgot what was he... Oh, hello! Well, as you can see, Tricky has transformed since we played with him enough. And also, the transformed color palette stays with you for the rest of the game. So in other words, no matter what happens, aside from erasing your save data, Tricky's color palette will remain this way. And if you want to change it to another palette, well then, you're going to have to keep playing with him until eventually he changes on his own. Of course, that's a bit easier said than done. Oh, and by the way, we're going to be coming here roughly twice throughout the course of the game. Because as previously mentioned, or I might have mentioned it, or the game might have mentioned it, but yeah, there are 2 SpellStones, 2 for each element, which are fire and, of course, water. Please go away, you stupid bats. Seriously, screw these guys. Well, doesn't look like I can deal with these fuel cells yet, unfortunately. But I can at least grab whatever's in here, which is a Batham Dad. Okay, the bunny dad. Okay, the best dad. So for anyone who's joining in the stream, how y'all doing today? How you folks doing? As for me and my day's going okay. How about you? How's your day going? Everything going good for you too? Go away, you stupid... Sorry, Tricky, didn't mean to hit you. Again. You're a very good boy. And... Hello, Meatoid. Welcome to the stream. Glad you can make it, and I'm happy to see that you're doing good as well. Anywho, you're just in time for us to head inside the Volcano Force Point Temple. Of course, before I head inside, I just wanted to see if there were any more fuel cells, which, according to the game, there most certainly is. There we go. Gotta be sure to pick these things up as we come across them, because... yeah, this is considered a missable achievement. And by the way, even if you somehow made it past the Moon Mountain Pass gate, if you happen to get here without the SpellStone, there's no way you'd be able to get inside. Unless there's some sort of strange out-of-bounds exploit or trick that I don't know about. Which, that wouldn't surprise me, but then again, who knows? And that's just to pass the gate. Oh my god, nice lift. Sit down, please. Thank you very much. But yeah, like I was saying, I think I might have solved the crashing issue just by following the advice on the Dolphin forums. So what did the Dolphin forums explain in terms of solving the potential crashing issue? Well, it is to enable a certain setting within the game's properties via the Dolphin menu, which is exactly what I did. So what is this setting exact? Oh, okay, I can't go this way yet. Well, that's unfortunate. Guess we're gonna have to wait till later for this one. But anyway, back to what I was saying. In terms of the name of this setting, I'm not 100% certain, but I think it's something to do with the synchronization, like synchronize certain settings within the CPU and GPU, something like that. Now, when it comes to opening the main door here, what we need to do, it's pretty simple. You need to fire your fire blaster and fire it at the right time. In terms of timing, what you need to do is fire the corresponding color, hit the corresponding orb, and bada bing, bada boom, Bob's your uncle. And I'm your dad. And in we go. Welcome to the first part of the Force Point Temple. Sorry. Okay. I guess this is no time for playing. Makes sense. There is an evil barrier here being like, oh, hi, how y'all doing? Ready to party? Now, as you can see, you will occasionally run into an ambush of enemies here. But one very nice thing about this game's combat is even if you are fighting multiple enemies at once, only one enemy will target you at a time, most of the time, 95% of the time. Hey, Tricky, a little help here? That would be great. There you go, that's a good boy! Thanks! Thanks, Tricky. You're the best! Now, can you do it again? Hell yeah, that's a good boy! That's what we call a bait and switch. Very well done, Tricky. You deserve a reward. Here you go. And like I said, when it comes to utilizing Tricky's flame command in combat, it only takes half a mushroom as opposed to one whole mushroom as what we're going to be doing here on the field. And I think the reason why it only takes half a mushroom as opposed to a whole mushroom is because using Tricky's flame command in battle does not guarantee a hit. However, field commands like the regular flame attack, it does guarantee a hit. So that's probably the reason why. And, you know, that's okay with me. Is it a big deal? No. I just find that to be pretty neat. Also, we're kind of lacking in the scarab department, which is not great, but, you know, that's fine. That's totally fine with me. I also feel as though a lot of people tend to get stuck in the Volcano Force Point Temple. And I can't really blame them because the puzzles here really require a lot of brain power to figure out. So in other words, the puzzles here are actually puzzling. I wouldn't say they're so mind-melting. They're not so bad that it makes your brain explode. And you need like a PhD in like puzzles and stuff like that. No. It just requires a bit of effort. Takes a little bit of time to figure out. So if you played something like, say, the original Tomb Raider, or any one of the reboots that might have happened within the past decade or so, then you should be able to solve the puzzles in this game without too much of a problem whatsoever. At least in my opinion. Again, just requires a little bit of thinking, a little bit of problem solving, and you should be fine. Now then, the cold shoulder. Nice! Nice to see another achievement added to our list of achievements. We have collected the Ice Blast. Use it to douse flames and freeze bad guys. Access the C inventory and press A to use it. You can also assign it to Y for instant access. Sweet. And here I am thinking I can just simply grab onto that round platform like a frickin' goob. Unfortunate. But it is what it is. Now that I think about it, I probably should go ahead and save the game real quick. You never know. Like I said, I know that I mentioned that... excuse me. I know that I mentioned that I might have solved the crashing issue, but it doesn't mean that it can't happen. So anyway, what we need to do here in order to progress forward is we need to use our newly acquired ice power to douse these flames. Just keep in mind though is that... just one thing to keep in mind when it comes to using this new power is that it does consume quite a bit of magic when it comes to using the thing. So keep an eye on your magic gauge and try not to get too trigger happy when it comes to utilizing magic. Otherwise, you're going to be farming plants for quite a bit. I also just realized that the blue flames I don't think need to go out. It's the red ones that do. And there we go. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Of course, as a kid, I couldn't quite figure this out so easily, and it took quite a while for me to do just that. But even after not playing the game for nearly 20 years, I was able to figure that out pretty easily. And if you're wondering how exactly you would have been able to figure it out, I would say that the answer would be pretty obvious, but then again, I don't think the game even tells you what you have to do. And Fox doesn't exactly have any sort of monologue saying, maybe I should use this for something.
Fox, I've been studying the ancient records of this planet, and you might be interested to hear this. This temple has been built on a force point. A point where pure magical energy is forced up from within the core of the planet. This energy is so powerful that it continually attempts to break the planet apart. To stop this, the ancient Krystal placed 2 SpellStones inside the temple to absorb the energy. When General Scales removed the stones, the planet began to fall apart. By returning the SpellStones back to the temple, you will bring the planet together once more. Peppy out.
I'm pretty sure there's a little bit more to it than just returning the SpellStones, but we'll worry about that later. Yes, SpellStones are very, very important. Don't get me wrong here. I'm just saying. Just saying here, I have a feeling that the Krystal spirits are going to be coming into play, and they have a very vital role when it comes to just being able to progress, you know? Also, you may notice that there's another indentation for another SpellStone here. And even though we have ourselves a fire SpellStone, we can't use it on this pedestal. Why? I have no idea. Maybe because this one is ever so slightly different than the other. Also, ow. Also, another thing worth pointing out, too, is that even if you can't douse yourself out after putting yourself on fire, it's not the biggest deal breaker in the world. The fire will go out on its own eventually. However, you will take, like 2 units of damage as opposed to 1. So be sure to keep that in mind. And if you're wondering, why exactly am I down here? Well, I think the answer is pretty obvious. Let's see. Oh! Stupid freak! Cocky little freak! God, I hate those guys so much. Will you please go away? God, I hate those guys. They always have to appear in the worst places possible. Always. 100%. God damn. Well, anyway, let's keep moving now, shall we? Also, with our newly acquired ice power, we can use it to freeze some enemies, and if it wasn't obvious, we could use it to douse flames too. I mean, I've already done that a few times actually, but even so, still something worth mentioning. So in case you weren't paying attention, there you go. Again, like I said, I think I might have solved the crashing issue when it comes to Dolphin and Star Fox Adventure specifically. I don't know about other games on Dolphin yet. Again, those guys always tend to hit me first. I don't know how the hell I set myself on fire again. Of course that missed. Why would it not miss? Another thing worth mentioning when it comes to dousing flames and stuff is you do have to hold the button to use the move for quite a while. So in other words, you have to hold it over the source for roughly 5 seconds before the source goes out. I sure do love setting myself on fire for no reason. Also, I just went in the complete circle. Wow. Way to go, mate. I'm such a genius. Oh boy. Now, how the heck am I supposed to get back? Sure, I could throw myself into the Shadow Realm and just try warping back that way. That's one way of doing it. But I'm pretty sure that's not the way. Go away, you stupid flies! You annoying little fly. I really could use some health here. Thank you. Okay, almost got 20 scarabs, which is what I'm going to need in order to access another cheat token well. Also, I'm pretty sure I can't play with Tricky while we're here. Whoa, okay. That was certainly strange. Well, anyway, you didn't miss anything. The only thing I did was just throw Tricky's ball, and it rolled off the map.
Go get it.
If Tricky's ball ever gets thrown into an inaccessible location, you'll be able to very easily pull it right back up from your PDA or from your C-Stick inventory menu. I do not know how that did not fall into the lava. But you know what? I'm okay with it. Now, in terms of where we need to go to next, or what we need to do in order to progress. Well, if you've been paying attention to the puzzles around here, which involve dousing flames, that's exactly what we need to do. Get out of my way, you stupid mushroom. And as far as I know, the flames, I don't think they will reignite themselves in any way. I know the blue flames did. Oh, what the hell? Game, can you please stop with the instant teleportation shit? That would be great. Actually, now that I got another look, the enemy was coming through the wall. What the hell was up with that? Great. Well, that didn't quite work out as well as I hoped. There you go. Trying, Tricky.
Flame.
Nice one, Tricky. Ooh. This is fine. We can still work with this. Bye. Whew. Okay, that was a little rough, not gonna lie. But again, Tricky really came in clutch. Oh dear. Whatever, screw it. We'll go through the fire and flames and we'll carry on. Aw, poor Tricky. Don't worry, buddy. We'll take care of this. Nice and quick. So yeah, if you couldn't tell, Tricky is obviously scared. And you can't blame the guy. The place is kind of surrounded by lava and just overall pain and misery. So what we need to do is pretty dang obvious. And obviously, we can't burn ourselves alive like a frickin' whatever the hell this is. Well, we did. Screw it. We still got 6 more of these guys. No biggie. So that's a Batham Dead for you. What it will do, if it wasn't obvious, it will resurrect you from the dead. And it will fully restore your health as well. So just like the fairies and how they work in The Legend of Zelda. Honestly, I feel like Batham Dads are pretty common. Tricky, can you come here, please? Hello, where are you?
Way down the box.
Is he in the wall? Oh, there he is. Yeesh. Couldn't you have used your flying Raijin jutsu to come to me? Oops. There you go. That took a little longer than necessary. Ugh. Whew. Anywho, if you're wondering why I didn't have another stream this week, it was just another really busy one, and that is the reason why. Also, as you can see, we have finally reached our destination, and once we step through that portal, then we're basically done here. But before I continue, there is still something else I want to pick up here, and hopefully not fall down like a frickin' idiot. There we go. Another fuel cell added to the collection. I thought about picking up those magic stones, but honestly, it's not worth it to me. And if you were wondering if there was anything over there, there isn't. We will be going back that way, though, later down the line. Alright, off we go. Time to return our first SpellStone. Kind of strange that it doesn't really do anything for us other than provide access to this place. And, yeah, since there are fuel cells within the Force Point temples, keep in mind that once you return the SpellStones and step on that teleporter, then there's no coming back. In other words, yeah, that does justify the means of saying, hey, that particular achievement is considered missable. So, yeah. Okay, that was not the right spot. There we go. First SpellStone achievement attained, and there's our first SpellStone returned to its rightful place. Bada bing, bada boom. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Now then, if you folks are enjoying today's stream so far, be sure to leave a like on the red platform and consider subscribing to my YouTube channel if you haven't already. I do try to deliver content on a weekly basis, at least I'm trying to get into the habit of doing that again. But sometimes things happen. What can I say? Life is a beach. Excuse me. And also, if you want to go the extra mile, then consider not only becoming a YouTube member, but also become a Twitch subscriber as well. Depending on the platform of choice, you'll gain access to a bunch of emotes, as well as some really neato features. Also, I just got a text message from Mom. I think all it's saying is that I have a prescription there, or a prescription ready for pickup at my local pharmacy. Oh my god. Grab the fuel cell. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, darling. Now then, let's continue. Okay. So, if you choose to become a Twitch subscriber, what will you gain from that, other than some cool emotes made by me? Well, you'll get access to ad-free viewing, so if you're tired of dealing with ads on Twitch, and you just find them to be a nuisance, you can make them go away just by simply subscribing to my Twitch channel. If you happen to have Amazon Prime linked to your Twitch account, then you'll have access to one free subscription per month. And if you choose to use it on me, then it acts like a tier 1 sub, which, again, grants the same benefits as before, just being a regular subscriber, which is... Help me! Please help me! I'm dying!
Can you hear that?
I need Krazoa's spirits, or I will not survive! Help me!
Krazoa.
Do you wish to accept our test?
What is it talking about? What test?
Please. Please.
I was released when she completed my test, but she is now in great danger, and for her to survive, you must continue what she started, and collect the remaining Krazoa spirits, for only the pure of heart can enter our shrines.
I can't just stop now to save this stranger. The planet is falling apart.
Stop! Please, don't hurt me!
She sounds like she's in big trouble, Fox.
Sounds like a trap!
Remaining 5 Krazoa shrines. Complete the test within each, and bring the spirits to Krazoa Palace.
The warp stone can get you there.
When all spirits are returned, she will be saved. She is depending on you for her life. Defeat the creature to collect a moon seed.
I guess we'd better help her.
Yeah, that much is obvious. I mean, what can possibly go wrong, am I right? Excuse me. Now, in order to defeat these creatures, we need a new ability. And I'm pretty sure said ability is going to be available right here. And if you're wondering, why is it that we're not even trying to fight the creature? Red Bull gives you wings. Very true, my friend, very true. And welcome to the stream, Super Colex. Glad you can make it. Alright, let's go ahead and pick up our next ability now, shall we, ladies and gents? Time to shake the earth. God, I love these achievement names. So nice. We have collected the Groundquake. Unleash energy that can stun the strongest of bad guys. Access the C inventory, press A to use it. You can also assign it to Y for instant access. Sweet. Hey, cool. You know, one thing I find kind of annoying is that the consistency when it comes to jumping from the lake or across the lake to the center platform. Why is it that you can't do it both ways? Why can you only do it one way and not the other? I don't understand. Now, Groundquake, how does it work? Pretty simple. First, we target the enemy, then we unleash pain. And also, each hit of the Groundquake will, it will be 2 hits worth of, it'll be 2 hits worth of, HP. And also, if you happen to miss, then the enemy gets right back up. Or more or less, it fully recovers. Which is not something that you want. We collected a moon seed. Plant them in soft earth. Because they are seeds of darkness, you'll need something hot and bright to make them grow. Excuse me. So in other words, we need to use tricky flames in order to make them grow. And no, we're not going to break out into song while also praying that we're speaking for the trees, if you catch my drift. Well, anyway, back to the game at hand. Now that we finally have access to moon seeds, this is when things really start to get fun. Also, if you're wondering why is it that I have the Groundquake on the instant access, well, that's because a lot of the creatures around here will require the Groundquake in order to defeat them. There is no other way of defeating them, unfortunately. You can't use the Fire Blaster, you can't get behind them without using the Groundquake first. And yeah, it's just rough, to say the least. And also, the Groundquake leaves you vulnerable for quite a while. And unfortunately, the Groundquake is only good enough for like 1 strike worth. If you're wondering exactly how long it takes for the Groundquake to even work and activate and stuff, I'd say give it about 5 seconds, roughly. Okay, maybe it's not 5 seconds, maybe it's closer to 3. Even so, that's still a very, very long time. I mean, it doesn't sound like much, but considering it that you're going to be dealing with a bunch of enemies at once, who are out for blood, yeah, not exactly a fun time for anyone, period. You know what I'm saying? What do we have over here? Well, at least we got the bathroom dad back from earlier, so cool. Also, I'm pretty sure at this point we can... You may be thinking we can just buy moon seeds from the shop now. No, we can't. We cannot do that, unfortunately. I wish you could. That would definitely make things easier and a lot less tedious. Maybe in a future remaster of this game, if it even gets one. Maybe. Just maybe. There's always the possibility. One other thing worth mentioning too is that the ground quake can't be used on aerial enemies, if that wasn't obvious. Let's see. You there?
Flame.
There you go, Tricky. Set this baby on fire. It really does make me wonder, how in God's green earth does this even work? You would think that fire on a plant would, make it crash. Try ignoring. Okay, that's a problem. Well, time to start saving every so often now. And here I thought I finally solved the crashing issue. Unfortunate. Okay, so if it does full-on crash, like I fear it's going to be happening really soon, then... Are you serious? Stupid bomb plant. You just have to ruin my freaking day! What, is it inevitable I'm gonna take damage? Oh my god. All that for a bathroom dad. Oh gee, was that worth it? Debatable. But even so, could be worse. Could always be worse. Also, if you're wondering what that error was that popped up on my right monitor that you couldn't see when the game froze for a little bit, it's the same error that was popping up with like some sort of a pipeline overflow with the CPU running too fast. Because apparently my CPU is too fast for the naked eye. I don't understand. I don't get it. Okay, bomb spore now. Okay, so, like I was saying though, if the unfortunate does happen and the game crashes, like full-on crashes for real, then what I'm going to do is try disabling another setting, or just disable a couple settings within the game's properties, and see if that fixes it. And hopefully the game won't become a stuttery, laggy mess. Oh, you're not going to attack? Okay, then I'll go ahead and give you a few whacks. One other thing about the ground quake, as you can clearly see here, is that every use of it takes up a good chunk of magic. So be sure to keep that in mind. Whoa, what the hell? Well, damn, son. Somehow, we survived that. That's like crazy. Okay. Well, this guy cannot be killed right now, unfortunately. I think the only way to defeat him is not with the ground quake. Rather, we need to freeze him. First we need to whack him, then freeze his ass. There we go. It does suck that amount of magic though, which is not great. Gotta say, them ground quakes really took it out of me. And if you are out of magic, chances are you will be able to find a magic restoring plant not too far away. So at least there's that. Honestly, predicting those guys of whether or not they'll attack you, it's kind of a pain. Oh, sorry, Tricky. Alright, find the secret. Sorry, Tricky. Didn't mean to hit you. I meant to attack the other guy who's clearly flying above my head. What do we have here? I think this is a chunk of the meteorite that somehow got buried in the ground. Go away, you stupid freaking bird! And somehow I jumped over that. That's pretty nuts. Goodbye. Also, if you're wondering how many moonstones that you can carry at once, I'm not 100% sure. I cannot remember off the top of my head. If I have to be a betting man, I would say maybe about 10. Okay, you're not going to attack? Fine, I'll do it. I'll do it myself. Thanks, Tricky. There we go. Worth it. Ow. Well, one very nice thing about these meteorites that just happen to be here is if you happen to accidentally, if you happen to get hit while you're carrying one of those, not only will it explode in your hands, but it will take out whatever enemy was attacking you from the sky. So that's one guaranteed way of taking them out. So there you go. That's nice. Now, as you can see, we clearly need a few more chunks of meteorites here. In all honesty, when it comes to doing this particular puzzle, it's really not that hard. Okay.
Let's play.
Oh, you want to play now? Okay, sure. We'll play for a few moments. No biggie. Alright, come on, Tricky. Sure, we got places to be, and we got meteorites to find, and hopefully, douse, I guess. One other thing I haven't really mentioned yet is that, unlike all other commands, the play command doesn't cost any mushrooms whatsoever. And I think the reason why it doesn't cost any is that it's just an optional activity that you can do. So, if you're interested in viewing the fun surprise of seeing what colors Tricky will change into as you're continuously playing with them, well, it's just a fun little side activity. Now then, just need to find another chunk of the meteorite. Question is, where is the stupid thing? Hello, bird? Sorry, Tricky. Didn't mean to do that. Didn't mean to hit ya, buddy. God, I seem to be hitting Tricky an awful lot here. One other thing worth mentioning, too, is that Tricky's ball cannot be used as a substitute for a chunk of the meteorite, if that wasn't obvious. Oh, looks like Tricky changed colors again. Neat. I guess we can roll with this color palette for a little bit. Oh, shit. Fantastic. Dude. There you go. God, I hate those guys. Okay, seriously, where the hell are the rest of these meteorite pieces? Go away! I hate the fact that those guys respawn alongside regular enemies. Although for some weird reason, the moon seed producing enemies, they are not respawning. It's honestly really strange. Okay, let's keep moving along now, shall we? Okay, seriously. I'm gonna die again, aren't I? I mean, I don't know how else I can deal with those guys without getting hit first. I really don't like this. I don't like the fact that I can't find the last couple of meteorites. Then again, maybe this puzzle is like one of those where you have to put them in the right holes. Yeah, that's it. There are only 3 meteorites. That makes the most sense to me. There we go. And we're done with that. I'm gonna die. Okay, cool. See ya. Alright, looks like you can carry up to a maximum of 7 moon seeds. Neat. Nice having that bit of information there.
Flame.
I really could use some health here. That would be awesome. But who knows if I'm gonna get it before I have to have a bathroom dad bring me back from the dead. Again. Seriously, I hate those freaking aerial enemies that just drop in from the sky being like, "Hi, how are you? I'm gonna be annoying today." I don't understand those guys whatsoever. And like I said, I just can't seem to not get hit by them. Ever. Alright, I probably should save my progress again, just to be safe. Here you go, Tricky. Oops. Dude. Here we go. Now, before we continue, I'm going to head back this way to see if there was anything I could have... Oh, great, we have 2 of these guys. I don't know how the hell I dodged that. Cool. Gotta love the unpredictability of these guys. Who wants to place a bet of, when will I die? Place your bets now. Oh, come on! There was health right freaking there! Dick! Okay, you're gone. Okay, this is gonna be a fun one. I have a feeling that this is gonna be one of those. Okay. That's not gonna work. I feel like wind is supposed to be blowing around here. Maybe I'm not supposed to go this way yet. And considering that Fox is refusing to jump, yeah, that makes sense to me. Well, it is what it is. Oh, that's one way of cutting down a plant. Oh, jeez. Not again. Okay, let's get out the fire blaster and hopefully not die. You know, something I would love to have right now is some aim assist. That would be great. Okay, we just need to get through here and hopefully not crash the game.
Flame.
Tricky. Hello? Flying Raijin. Now! Please? Whew, okay, we got some health back.
Flame.
Also, apologies if you're hearing the constant beeps from the fuel detector. There is a reason for my madness, trust me. Because I knew there would be something around here that's relatively close. And here we are. Perfect. Be the thing. Thank you very much, and have a good day.
Show me 20 scarabs, and I'll give you a cheat token.
Yes, please. Thank you very much. Honestly, I feel like scarabs are pretty hard to come by outside of Thorntail Hollow. Anywho, another cheat token added to the collection. Whoa, okay. I think this is a sign to say, hey, let's go save again, just to be sure that we don't crash once more with feeling. Okay, game, why did you not jump? Hello, Fuel Cell. Good to see you. Okay. Crisis averted. Well, would you look at that? Looks like we have ourselves a Krystal shrine. Haven't seen one of these in a long time. Hello, Super Colex. Welcome back to the stream, and it's good to see you too. Whoa. Gotta love that lag, am I right? Also, I'm fairly certain the lag that we're experiencing here doesn't exist on original hardware. There is one other thing worth mentioning too, and that is when it comes to the Krystal shrines, Tricky cannot be teleported inside of the shrines with you. He has to remain outside. And I believe the reason why was already explained by the Krystal spirit who was talking to us. In other words, only those of pure heart can enter, and apparently dinosaurs do not have pure hearts. I don't know why. I mean, Tricky seems to be a pure heart to me, but I guess the game disagrees. Certainly strange, I'll tell you that much. So one other thing I haven't really mentioned about the ice power ability yet is if you happen to use the ability on an enemy, you can freeze them and they will fall in one hit. So be sure to keep this in mind. So, in other words, the ice ability is excellent for crowd control. So if you want to deal with a bunch of enemies really quickly, and you don't mind depleting your entire magic bar to 0, then that's a pretty good way of dealing with multiple enemies really quickly. Looks like we got some stuff over here. Let's see. I could have swore there was something I have to do over here. Considering that we have a bunch of skinny platforms and all, you would think we have something to carry. Ouch. Well, that wasn't supposed to happen. Maybe there is something I need to carry back here. Huh. Well, what do you know? Can I climb the ladder, please? Thank you. Also, I just realized I should, you had hopes that I would be on today. Well, I'm glad that, I'm glad to be on. I'm glad to be streaming today, that's for sure. This past week has just been a really busy one for me. What can I say? Things happen. Also, that guy took quite a while to respawn. What's up with that? Okay, let's take a look around here. See what we're missing. Really? I couldn't jump there? I don't understand, game. Clearly you can jump anywhere else, but why not there? Me? Yeah, that apparently is the answer. I wonder, can I put these flames out? Well, not from there. Okay, that's clearly not reaching them, so let's not waste any more magic. Like I said, some of these puzzles can be kind of tricky to navigate through. And no, I'm not trying to make a pun, I'm just stating the facts. Let's see. Aha! Okay, this wasn't much of a puzzle at all. There we go. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Now then, let's actually do the next Krystal Spirit test, which is going to be... Drumroll, please. Test 2, the test of combat. Prove your worth in combat by defeating all the Sharpclaw within the time limit. If you succeed, I will become yours, to return to the Krystal Palace. There's also another sort of a little retro achievement tied to this, which is you need to complete the test and do so successfully without using any magic at all. And thankfully, due to the fact that the combat in this game is really, really simple, oh my god. As I was saying, can you drop your guard for 5 seconds? I say as I get one whack in, thinking I was going to hit the shield again. By the way, if you use magic at all at any point, whether by accident or not, then unfortunately you lose out on the achievement, and it is a missable one. So keep this in mind. There we go. One more thing worth mentioning too is when it comes to dealing with dealing with all the Sharpclaw here, you have to do so within 3 minutes. Either that or it was 3.5 minutes. Either way. Okay. 2. Okay. There we go. Finally, we can get some hits in. Alright, let's go with the safe, tried and true combo. And thankfully, once the big guys go down, then the rest should be fine. The rest will be easy. There we go. Sit down, son. Can you please stop whiffing your attack, Fox? That would be great. If it wasn't obvious, the easiest way of dealing with this challenge is to use the ice ability and just freeze every enemy you see, or ground pound them too. That also works. But again, since we're doing retro achievements, we can't use that. We can't use that arsenal. We can't use our arsenal of magic. Just saying. That would make the challenge far too trivial. Might as well challenge ourselves, you know? And there we go. We did it! We collected the second Krystal spirit, and we managed to get the achievement in the process. It will remain in our body until we take it to Krystal Palace, where it must be released. Sweet. And even if the game were to crash now, it wouldn't be the biggest deal breaker in the world. Sure, it would be annoying, but having to redo the test, no biggie. But that's irrelevant. We don't need to worry about that now. Whoa!
You have proven yourself to be pure of heart. Bring the spirit to Krystal Palace. I will guide you further when you get there. Come to Krystal Palace.
Why does he sound like that one guy from that one episode of Courage the Cowardly Dog where he was like, "Return the slab! Return the slab or you'll suffer a horrible curse." I swear, it just sounds exactly like that. Might be the same voice actor. But then again, maybe it's just a sound alike, or it's just coincidence. That would still be pretty cool. Either way, just a funny observation. Didn't really think about it until just recently, so there you go. Alright, now we can finally do this. Great job! Alright, so what we need to do here is, first off, we need to throw this explosive barrel across the entire place. And hopefully it will not explode along the way. But thankfully, even if it does, the restart point is not too far away. Nice miss. Cool, bro. Too bad I got hit, but still, that was pretty neat. How is that cool, Tricky? It hit a wall and it did nothing. I guess explosions are cool. I mean, if you really do think that they are that cool, you should watch any Michael Bay film under the sun. Just saying. Alright. Yeah, I kind of figured that was going to happen. Dang it. Oh, and also, it doesn't help that this particular barrel has a timer attached to it. Excuse me. If you're wondering how long this timer is, it is, if I have to be a betting man, I'm going to say roughly 15 seconds. Whoa. Gotta love that stutter. And no, it doesn't make me flutter. Great job. Okay. Just saving, just in case, you never know. Okay, let's not mash the A button like an idiot. Okay, thanks. Dang it. Well, anyway, what we need to do, or as you probably undoubtedly noticed, if we try to throw the barrel without it catching the wind first, then it will just simply explode upon impact. Well, that's one way of doing it. Didn't expect it to work that way, but hey, blast radius is sometimes kind of crazy and funky, and I like that a lot. Well, anywho, the deed is done. We can now leave this place behind, and not have to worry about coming back here for a while. Although I will try to get one more moon seed, just as a parting gift. Oh, and by the way, if you couldn't tell, oh my god. Oh yeah, there was one thing I wanted to mention. The shockwave can also hit Tricky. But again, due to the fact that he's invincible, you don't need to worry about hurting him, like, permanently or anything like that. It's just one of those things where he will unfortunately get caught in the crossfire. It's weird, it's dumb, but unfortunately, it is what it is. Now, I know I can technically return to the Force Point Temple to... maybe? Actually, no, I can't. I'm an idiot. Ignore what I was going to say. I was thinking that, okay. Sorry, Tricky. Playtime's over. We need to go. And here I thought we would be able to stop those barrels from raining down like it's freaking Donkey Kong forever, but no. Nope, not at all. They will always be raining down no matter what, which is rather unfortunate. You would think that stopping the Sharp Claw would result in the barrels stopping, like, forever, but no. No, apparently not, which is super freaking dumb. Oh well, it is what it is. Also, one other thing I haven't really mentioned yet is that there are some parts of the game where you can't talk to any of your teammates or General Pepper. So that's something you're going to need to keep in mind. So if you're stuck anywhere, well then, sucks to be you. You're kinda stuck. Okay, according to the fuel indicator, there is a fuel cell around here. Ha! Here it is. Cool. Glad I picked that up now. Is there another one here? Apparently there is. You know, I kind of figured that there would be another fuel cell around here. Well, it's a good thing I checked. What can I say? Also, if you're wondering if there's like a max count or a maximum number of fuel cells that you can carry at one time, if I have to be a betting man, there either isn't one or the max fuel cell count you can have is 99. It's one of those two things. I never actually gotten that far. In other words, I never collected that many fuel cells. Sure, we have a pretty substantial number, which is 40, but even so. I went the wrong way. Dang it. That's what I get for not having my map pulled up. Whoopsie daisy. No big deal. We'll just go back the way we came. Great job. Dang it. Oh well, no biggie. Oh, wait. It is a pretty big biggie. Note to self, dying here also means that you essentially reload from your previous save. Interesting. Or reload from a previous checkpoint, rather. Even so, holy moly, I didn't expect that. I just realized that now. Well, it's only 2 fuel cells, and they weren't really all that difficult to find or pick up. So, yeah. There we go. We're good. We're all good to go now. Everything's fine. Everything's perfect. Everything is peachy. Phew. Again, that was a little funky. And no, I'm not talking about Funky Kong. Just saying. Also, before we head on off to the Krystal Palace, there is one thing I kind of want to do, and that is drop off all the cheat tokens that I have so far. I mentioned this during the last session as, like, part of my game plan. Sure, I could wait until, like, towards the end of the game where I can drop everything off at once, but where's the fun in that? Okay. Oh, that's right. I can only carry up to 50 scarabs. Okay, cool. At least the deed is done here. Now, before we head off, I want to see if there's anything I can buy at the shop. I'm going to say no, but at the same time, it's still worth a look anyway. I mean, I got a hole in my pocket and I want to spend. Now, let's see. Nothing in here. I bought all the maps in the previous session, so we don't need to worry about those. The only thing left to buy in this room is this thing right here, and obviously we cannot buy said thing. Not yet, unfortunately. We're going to be waiting quite a while before we can buy it, which does kind of stink, not going to lie. But, you know, that's okay. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and buy this. Buy ourselves another Firefly, which I have a feeling we're going to need one of these. I mean, sure, we have like 7 of them. But, hey. I think I'm just going to go ahead and keep what I have left. 40 scarabs is enough for 2 cheat tokens worth of wells. If we happen to find any. Even so, just saying. Did Tricky just yawn twice for some weird reason? Well, no big deal. Oh, right. I think if Tricky yawns, then that means he's not in the mood for playing. Which, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, hello. He's about to take a nap. You know?
Where will scales appear next?
That is the million-dollar question. Find out in the next exciting episode of Dragon Ball Z. Okay, seriously, why the hell are those subtitles reappearing again? Alright, speaking of naps, you've been sleepy? To be honest, I'm a little sleepy myself. I mean, I'm not too bad. I've had myself a cup of coffee this morning, and, yeah, I'm feeling okay. In terms of energy count. Or just feeling energized, I mean to say. Looks like we were able to get some scarabs here in the maze. So in terms of the maze, how difficult is it to navigate through? It isn't. It's not very difficult at all. The main goal of this maze is to make it to one of the several exits that are scattered throughout the maze. Of course, completing the maze doesn't really award you with anything. It's just an optional thing you can do. Your actual main goal is not to make it to one of the main teleporters, but rather to the center of the maze. If you're able to get there, then you'll be able to drop off all your cheat tokens that you happen to have purchased throughout your journey so far. And if you're having some trouble getting to the center, then one thing you can do is just hug the wall. Just hug to either the left or right hand side of the wall and you'll get there eventually. You don't have to worry about any sort of time limits or anything like that when it comes to navigating through the maze. So long as you make it to either one of the many teleporters or the center of the maze, which is your main goal, and it's not to blow up, then you're fine. Speaking of which, here we are. We made it. Hooray! We did it. Time to drop off our tokens. The well looks into your future. His life force is strong. His existence is like a virus. I can hear his breath in every corner of space. He will not only use the evil heart of others, but can also corrupt those that are good. Oh, I think this is a bit of foreshadowing for future events. And I think that's supposed to hint to something that's going to be happening towards the end of the game. For now, cheat token number 2. Cheat activated. In terms of what the cheats do, you have to return to the main menu first in order to see what it is. That's another cheat activated. So yeah, some cheat tokens will give you fortunes as opposed to quote-unquote cheats. Alright, let's go ahead and get out of here. After this, I will go ahead and save my progress and see what quote-unquote cheats that we have unlocked. There we go. Game is saved. Now it's time to figure out exactly what we got for our just reward. I'm pretty sure many of the cheats are located here within either language or within elsewhere. So one of the cheats that we unlocked is for the dinosaur language. So what this does is that what it does, if I can explain it correctly, how's my mom? She's hanging in there, she's doing okay. We're just taking things day by day. What can I say? Now, getting back to this dinosaur option. Remember the whole Dino Talk thing, like towards the very beginning of the game that we had to deal with? Well, what this does is that it changes the subtitles to Dino Talk, but the voice language remains the same. So if you happen to have subtitles on along with dinosaur language on, then whatever is being spoken on screen, when it says something along the lines of "Watch out for the meteor," it will then be translated as Dino Talk. So, that's interesting, I guess. Now, let's see what the next thing is. We have ourselves a sound test. So, we can use the analog stick to select a tune, and it also plays a corresponding sound effect too. And funny enough, there's actually an achievement tied to playing a certain song. And that song kind of goes unused in this game, and it's only playable via the sound test. So I think what we're going to do here is just cycle through the songs until the achievement pops up. It's certainly going to take its sweet time, I'll tell you that much. Then again, maybe it'll only appear as we get closer to the end of the game. I don't know. That would be kind of surprising if that were the case. But again, if you want to listen to any of the songs that have played throughout the course of the game, you can do so here via the sound test, via Play Tune. Just, again, you have to unlock the corresponding cheat before you can do that. Pretty funky tune. We'll probably hear something like this relatively soon. Gotta love that weird chanting that's playing right now. Also, I'm pretty sure all these sound effects, I think you don't even need to worry too much about whether or not you've encountered a particular sound effect or song yet. So long as you have the sound test unlocked, then you can play whatever you want here. There we go, there's Area 6. Again, very secretive tune. Kind of wish this song actually played in the game, like during one of the final slights or something. That would be very fitting, but Alas, as far as I know, this song goes unused. And the only way to access that song in particular is, of course, via unlocking the corresponding cheat token, the cheat. Now, let's see. Third option is we now have access to display the credits. So, we don't even need to beat the game in order to unlock the credits. We just need to find the corresponding cheat token, and once we flip the switch to display the credits, then we'll do just that. It's the same exact credit roll whether you beat the game or not. So, that's something worth mentioning. 36% done with the game already? Holy crap! That's pretty nuts. I didn't think we were that far in, but... well, here we are, folks. Here we are. Alright, time to head to the Krystal Palace.
Are you ready to go to Krystal Palace?
Yes, I am ready to go to the Krystal Palace. Let's head on out. And of course, when it comes to collecting more cheat tokens, I will be collecting them along the way. And the next Krystal Spirit I drop off here at the Krystal Palace, I'll be dropping off more cheat tokens. So, hope you're all looking forward to that. And yeah, as you can see, Tricky is nowhere to be found. What's up with that? And there's no voice acting here. Great. I think this is an emulator issue, because there is voice acting in the original game. But yeah, basically what the Warp Stone is saying is that for some weird reason, yeah, he cannot warp dinosaurs. Also, I don't know if this is actually a thing with the emulator itself, or if it's just one of those weird quirks with that will only respawn if you exit out of the emulation session. Hello, gotta click the thing. Yeah, let's stop the current emulation and we'll just restart it. Just to see whether or not this will fix itself. Again, I think I read somewhere on like the compatibility part of the Dolphin wiki that this is something that can happen, where the voice acting will not appear, which is really, really strange. Alright, let's reload the game, hop back in. After that, we'll return to the Krystal Palace. And again, if the voice acting doesn't appear again, then I'll just read it. It's not a big deal. If you're playing this on the original hardware, then that is a non-issue. Of course, if you're playing it on like the Wii, or if you're playing it on like a modified Wii U, again, non-issue. It's just on Dolphin where it has the whole no voice acting issue there. And I think it's just for that one sequence. Everything else is fine. It's just weird. What can I say? And as far as I know, there's no fix when it comes to that issue, as far as I know. Maybe in a future release on Dolphin they'll fix it, but who's to say? Dolphin's been around for a very, very long time. So this is Krystal Palace. Okay, Tricky, let's find out where to release the spirit. Tricky! Tricky! Sorry, I forgot to tell you. I cannot warp dinosaurs. That's a shame. I can still hear you, Fox. Again, like I said, this is a non-issue, and voice acting is fully present if you're playing this on an official GameCube, a modified Wii, or just a backwards compatible Wii, or even a modified Wii U that allows you to play GameCube games. And I think eventually, when or if this game gets added into Nintendo Switch Online, then again, the whole non-voice acting issue should be resolved. Keyword is should, Because Nintendo, when it comes to emulation, is kind of finicky. But who's to say for sure whether or not we'll have to worry about that? Even so, like I said, that's the only instance I've read online on Dolphin's official site, or just the wiki portion of Star Fox Adventures in particular, where that issue is present. And as far as I know, there's no way of fixing the issue right now. Not unless you know exactly what you're doing and you're able to dive into Dolphin's kernel and patch the issue yourself. Again, you have to be like a software engineer in order to know exactly... if you know exactly what you're doing, then this should be a non-issue for you. Now, as you can see, this particular part of the Krystal Palace is incredibly dark. And unless you have a map, there's no way you're going to get through this place without the light of the fireflies here. And be sure to have a pretty decent amount of them because they don't last very long. And also having them on instant access is not a bad idea. You know what I'm saying? Also, buying that one extra firefly from the shop before we left, also a pretty good investment. Know what I'm saying? One very nice thing about the fireflies is you'll know when time's about to run out when oh, I'm already maxed out when it comes to bathroom dads. Neato! I guess it goes to show how good I am at the game. Cool. Alright. So one other thing I will mention here is if you do run out of fireflies, then you're going to be forced to navigate through the place in the dark. Which does kind of suck, but if you're able to feel around and you know exactly what you're doing, then you should be able to get through this place without too much of a problem. As far as I know, you won't be in the dark for very long. I was like, where's the blast hole? There we go. Perfect. Phew. Okay, that took a little bit. Okay, I don't think there's anything else I need to worry about here. Okay. Thankfully, this particular barrel doesn't have a timer, which is kind of strange if you ask me. Why is it that the last one had a timer, but this one didn't? I have no clue. Alright. So if you remember the last time we had to deal with this sort of colored flame matching sort of shenanigans thing, well, we're going to be doing it again. If you're wondering how we can drop the shield on that particular machine that's sitting right there, if we get too close, it will shoot fire at you. And in order to drop the shield, we need to solve this little puzzle. Which really shouldn't be that hard. Just need to match the colors. And not miss your shot. There we go. All done. In terms of how to destroy this thing, you could fire your fire blaster at it. That's one way. But another way you can deal with it too is just running back to the previous room, grab an explosive barrel, throw it at the machine, and destroy it in one shot. That's one way of doing it. To be honest, I was kind of experimenting when it came to the whole fire blaster thing, as I've always assumed that it couldn't be destroyed with magic, which is interesting. But here we are. You learn something new every day. What a strange teleporter. Sit down, son. I was kind of wondering why exactly your friend was taking so long to respond, but here we are. Bye. Sit down. Sit down and have a drink. Unfortunately, we can't really do anything when it comes to utilizing this teleporter here. Because I think that particular teleporter takes you back to Thorntail Hollow when you happen to have a future Krazoa spirit. So that's something you're going to need to keep in mind. Also, this particular part of the Krazoa Palace looks real familiar. For anyone who remembers Krystal section, yeah, same sort of deal here. Except it's in the opposite direction. As you can see, there's where we released the first Krazoa spirit, and we can't go this way. And we never will. Which is unfortunate, but hey, I'm just saying, it's there. It's there, it looks pretty, it looks funky, and it looks kind of fun. I wish I could touch it, but unfortunately I can't. But it is what it is. Is it a deal breaker? No. It honestly isn't. Now, as far as I know, I don't think there's anything we need to worry about down here. And if you do end up getting lost here within the Krazoa Palace, you could always hit up Slippy and ask him for some help. He might give you some pretty decent advice in terms of figuring out, hey, try this. Maybe this will help you on your way. Perhaps that's something that he could say. And again, maybe he'll be like kind of useless.
Slippy here. Got yourself stuck again?
Not really. I just wanted to see what you had to say. Let's see. We need to make our way to the top of the palace. There are some dark areas where you need fireflies, so make sure you're stocked up. And be careful, I'm sure General Scales has this place under heavy guard.
Come back when you need me. Slippy, over and out.
Thanks, Slip. You the best. No matter what anyone says, I can't hate you. Okay, doesn't look like there's anything else I need to worry about around here. Just need to watch our step as we make our way around here. Now, we don't have to deal with every single enemy that's around here, but still wouldn't be a bad idea to take out whoever comes across our path. You never know. And don't worry, they're not gone forever, they'll just simply respawn eventually. As if we're playing Call of Duty, except it's not instantaneous. Also, we can't do anything about that door yet, unfortunately. But maybe we'll be able to do so sometime in this session, but who's to say for certain? Now, if you're wondering exactly how do we go about reaching the very top of this place, it's really not that hard if you really think about it. You just need to use the center fan. Just use the center fan and try to jump to the nearest platform. One other thing worth mentioning too is, if you couldn't tell already, we are coming across several platforms that will require future abilities in order to access those areas. So, yeah, if you think you can glitch your way through the wall and access an area early, yeah, don't bother. Don't bother trying to do that. It's just going to result in a very bad time, I'll tell you that much. Oh, hello. Can't go that way yet. You would think that Fox would be able to just jump across, but no. Apparently Fox can't exactly jump very far. I suppose that makes sense. I mean, he's wearing some pretty heavy space boots after all. Still though, kind of annoying. One other thing worth mentioning too is, if you happen to fall from too great of a height up here, then unfortunately you're going to go splat, and that will result in the game over, so keep that in mind. And as far as I can tell here, there aren't any fuel cells within the Krazoa Palace itself, which is nice. You don't need to worry about that. Goodbye. I said goodbye, gosh dang it. See you in hell. Woo! Whee! Talk about a fun lift, am I right? Oh, here we are. We're finally at the top of the Krystal Palace. Neat. Now, you may be wondering, how exactly are we supposed to release the Krystal spirit? Where exactly do we go? What are we supposed to do? Well, if you couldn't exactly tell, and I think there's a pretty obvious indicator, we need to go and say hello to our little friend that is quote-unquote dying, or who is in quote-unquote danger. She's in danger. I mean, is she really? I mean, if anything, I think she's just being held in a state of suspended animation. So if anything, she's not in any real danger whatsoever. So that kind of leads me to believe that one Krystal spirit who's trying to guide us may actually be a big fat liar. Who knows?
Wow, she's beautiful.
I tell you, man.
Whoa, a Krystal spirit. But how do I get mine in there?
Well, there's your answer. Oh my! Looks like Fox is attracted to a little crystal.
What am I doing?
Good question.
Peppy here! What are you doing, Fox? Release the spirit and get out of there! Peppy, out!
Okay, I'm going.
It does make me wonder, though, how is it that Peppy knew exactly what Fox was doing? Does he have, like, some sort of secret security camera floating around him at all times? Maybe. They wouldn't put it past him. I mean, Slippy is a pretty big genius when it comes to mechanical engineering and stuff, so who's to say? Maybe he came up with something like that. Anywho, time to release our Krystal spirit. And hopefully this one won't trap us, unlike the last one. There we go. Another achievement added to the collection. Fox must rescue Krystal and her free her out of Dinosaur Planet and save her. Very true. And hello, Jedi Master. Welcome to the stream. Glad you can make it. Whoa! How the hell did that happen? Who cares? We done. I'm glad you like Star Fox Adventures. I too love this game. Sure, it was a little controversial in its original release, but...
Right there, Fox. Time for you to head down to the seaside. Check the signposts for directions.
Okay, big fella. Good to see you doing your job and helping out.
You cheeky little blighter. Now, I've been keeping this back for you. Ready for when you needed it.
Ooh, awesome. Thanks, man. You also get to play on your computer on the Launchbox. Be careful. Anywho, we got ourselves the medium scarab bag. It holds 100 scarabs. Nice. And we got ourselves a communication. Check the Dinosaur Planet map to see where to head to next.
Hope that helps you, Fox. Slippy out.
So yeah, as you can see, and I believe this appeared during the first session too, when it comes to Slippy's communication, occasionally you will receive transmissions while in the middle of gameplay during very specific moments. And when those transmissions come through, just hit the start button and immediately start reading the hints. Also, hello. Looks like we got ourselves something peculiar here.
I fear for the safety of my young.
What makes you say that? Why you feel so scared for your youngins here?
I fear for the safety of my young.
Also, I've never really heard of a Launchbox before. I mean, I've heard of Retro Arch, but never Launch Box. Well, either way, now that we can hold up to 100 scarabs, you may be thinking, oh, maybe we can use those scarabs to buy that one item that is enormous in terms of pricing for the shop. Well, guess what? No, you can't. You can't do that, sweetheart, unfortunately. Okay. Figure we might as well grab a few more scarabs along the way. After this, I think we'll try playing with Tricky for a little bit as we make our way downtown. Okay, let's go ahead and save the game just in case. Because I did have a pretty close call in terms of crashing earlier. But hey, one potential crash is better than 8 or 9 of them. And having it happen constantly, you know? Alright, let's keep moving along now, shall we? Now, as the Warpstone mentioned, we need to head towards the sea, which, as you can see, it's quite the trip. And technically speaking, you could access this part of the area pretty early on, like the very beginning of the game upon landing on the planet. But you wouldn't be able to get very far because there is a literal gatekeeper, and in order to pass him, you have to pay a toll. Thankfully, it is a one-time toll, and it doesn't take you very long to do just that. Anywho, Lightfoot Village. This is quite a mysterious place, that's for sure. And you may have noticed some targets on a couple of the trees around here. Whoa! Freaky. Well, anyway, back to what I was saying. Those targets, they're actually an indicator of exactly what we need to do in order to access the main part of the village. If you happen to have prior knowledge of prior playthroughs, you can open the gate and access the village very early. Like as early as the very beginning of the game, or kind of early. However, if you don't happen to have said knowledge, or if it's been like 20 years and you can't remember exactly how to go about gaining access to the village early, then don't worry about it. There will come a time and a place where we will be able to access the village proper. Now is just not one of those times. Whoa, okay. Let's go ahead and save just in case. Okay, game. Okay, thanks. Again, I don't know what's up with these stutters, why it's happening, I'm not too sure. I mean, my system is pretty decent in terms of system specs. And considering today's day and age in terms of technology and acquiring exactly what you need, I was fortunate enough to be able to get what I needed when I did. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have 32 gigs of GDDR4 RAM in my system alongside an Intel Core i5 12th gen processor, and I also have a AMD graphics card that is one of the more current ones. Like, I think it was like the second most recent generation. So in other words, like the 7000 series. Now, I think I remember this correctly in order to access the village. To Uranus. That's where we're going. Okay, that was not the right combo. Maybe it was this, and this? Yep, that was the combo. Cool! By the way, if you're wondering exactly how do you find this combo, what do you have to do? Well, at some point in the game, you're going to be trapped here. You're going to be trapped here within Lightfoot Village. And upon successfully escaping from here, if you happen to return to the area, you'll be able to see a short cutscene seeing exactly what you have to do in order to regain entry to the place. So, again, with that knowledge, regardless of when exactly you are in the game, like, as soon as you make landfall here within Dinosaur Planet, you'll be able to gain entry to Lightfoot Village. Again, so long as you remember exactly what combination of trees you have to hit. If you happen to hit the wrong combo, then I believe the lock just simply resets. And as you can see, it doesn't look like there's a whole lot that we can do here. Believe me, there is stuff that we can do.
Look at this flame.
And even if we can't do absolutely everything now, we can at the very least get some things done now. And when we eventually are forced to come back here, then that's fine. Oh, well, that's a mysterious object. Not going to worry about that right now. Also, quite a strange switch. Unfortunately, we can't interact with it in any way. But we'll be able to do so soon enough. How soon exactly? Well, probably not in this session, but who's to say for certain? And also, another thing worth mentioning too is if you happen to have the map for this place, then that will give you an even bigger advantage. Oh, hello. Looks like we got ourselves another fuel cell just over yonder. Cool. Alright. Let's see if I can get over here now. There we go. Nice jump. There is one other thing worth mentioning as well, and that is there are certain NPCs that will only show up when you reach a certain point in the game. And I believe the same also holds true when it comes to accessing certain parts of the village. Even if you can access the place early, there's not really a whole lot we can do here. But for what we can do in terms of being able to go places, we can at least get some stuff done now. At least at ground level. Can't do much else, unfortunately. But, even so, still worth the trip anyway. We can at least pick up a couple of fuel cells, which, cool. What do we have here? This is a wooden block carving. Find a hole where the shape can be placed. And I believe that those places are somewhere within this village. I don't remember exactly where, but I'm sure that once we gain more... once we're forced to stay here for a while and take a vacation, then what will happen is, I believe, we'll gain full entry to the village. Another wooden block carving. Okay, cool. Coolio. Better save the game now, just in case. You never know. Things can most certainly happen at any given moment. I think the reason why Tricky had like an exclamation mark on top of his head is because of those mushrooms that were around here. There we go. Better go ahead and feed him. Nice. There you go, buddy. Nice work today. You're doing great. Keep up the good work. Also, I will be playing with Tricky again within a few moments. But first, I kind of want to see what I can find up here. If you're wondering if there's much of a benefit for accessing the main part of Lightfoot Village early, well, I've clearly demonstrated that yes, there is a benefit. And that is, you can pick up a few fuel cells. Not only that, but you can also pick up those wooden block carvings that are scattered throughout the village. And I do believe they will come into play later. Here we go. I think we're done here. There is one other thing worth mentioning too when it comes to Lightfoot Village, and that is there are certain NPCs that will not show up until the required point in the game for them to show up. Why that is? Not 100% certain. I think the Lightfoot people are just really mysterious.
It's 60 scarabs to enter Cape Claw.
Okay, sure, no problem. Here you go. Eat up, little buddy.
Gone. In you go.
Thank you. You're the best. So yeah, even with the small scarab bag, there would be no way we could enter Cape Claw early. We have to wait until we release the Oh, hello. Stupid plant. Anyway, back to what I was saying before I got rudely interrupted and smacked upside the head. Where's the ball? Here we go.
Go get it.
Hey, Tricky, come here. Let's go play. Play for a few minutes. No? Okay, then. Guess we're not going to worry about it, then. I don't even know how that happened, but eh. I guess we can wait a little bit before we try playing again. Anyway, if you couldn't tell, we have ourselves another little maze to navigate through in order to get to Cape Claw. However, unlike the maze part of the Warp Stone, this one, if you happen to have purchased the map, you can see the entire maze from start to finish. So, that's nice. Just be sure to have it pulled down if you want to navigate through this place at a decent rate. Okay. Gotta love accidentally going the wrong way. Good job, me. Also, I'm gonna go ahead and save the game again, just in case. As far as I know, I don't think there's any way you can deal with those plants. Ow. I think they'll only, they're just there to annoy you, so you just have to avoid them and then just move on. Okay, let's keep moving now, shall we? As you can see, the fuel indicator does mention that there is something around here. Definitely something worth looking into, that's for sure. Okay, Tricky, how the hell did you get down here? You want to play? Okay. I guess this place is still kind of dangerous, so I suppose that makes sense. Alright, I guess we'll wait a little bit before we start playing again. No biggie. Not a big deal whatsoever. Drop, please. If you're wondering, why is it that we're dropping down as low as we are? Believe me, I have a reason for my madness. That reason being fuel cells for one. Number two, there's something else down here too. And not only is it another fuel cell, but... Ow! It's also pain! But yeah, as you can see, there are several fuel cells down here. A bit of a small detour, but honestly, it's well worth the trip. At least in my opinion. Plus, you can find a lot of blue mushrooms around here. Here we go. So if you happen to be low on these blue mushrooms or blue fungi, then come down here and grab a few. It's well worth your time. Trust me. Now you may be wondering, how do we get out of here? Well, we could go back up the way we came. That is one way of doing it, and honestly, it's kind of a fun way to do it as well. Because I believe that just saving and quitting will just put you back to, like, the Lightfoot Village entrance. So in other words, quite a ways back. There we go. Yeah, it will cost quite a bit of magic in order to get back up to where we need to go. Also, is this the right way? Yes, it is. Okay. I just wanted to check and make sure. Excuse me. Now then. Now with that little side trip done and over with, let's continue onward now, shall we? I really do feel like the maximum fuel cell count that you can carry is 99. Or it might be 100. Excuse me. Now that I think about it, maybe this is a good idea to take a quick drink. I really do gotta remember to stay hydrated. Alright, welcome to Cape Claw. Quite a lovely little location, even for the early 2000s. Goodbye. Honestly, that is the best way of dealing with those big brutes. Hello, what do we have here? What's up, Tricky? You hear something? Okay. Well, that was peculiar.
Go get it.
Now then, let's play for a little bit. Let's play as we explore around. There is one other thing worth mentioning too, and that is when it comes to the fuel cell thing, believe it or not, even if you fully comb this area, if you comb this area and collect every fuel cell during your first trip here in Cape Claw, well, the thing is, 2 more fuel cells will spawn like towards your second trip here. So that's something you're going to need to keep in mind. There we go. That's a pretty tricky jump, not gonna lie. Hello, Tricky, where are you, boy? There you are. Oh, you changed colors again. Cool. Let's get going. If anything, I think when it comes to the color palette of which we're looking for, I believe it's like the very last one that we're going to need. And once we get said color palette, then we don't need to worry about playing with Tricky anymore. Again, it's entirely optional. It's just a fun little extra thing you can do.
Fine.
Hello, what do we have here? Looks like a piece of gold. Yes, it is. We found a shiny gold bar. Itops have fondness for all things gold. So maybe if you give it to him, he will help you. We never met one in our entire lives, and yet you're assuming their gender. What the hell? Perhaps this is a bit of an oversight, where the developers over at Rare didn't really think that players would find this thing, or find the gold bar so soon. Also, as you can see, there is a secret over here that we can't really interact with yet. No, we're going to need a bit more firepower in order to access said thing. Okay. What a jerk, having to dive underground like a frickin' chump. More like a chump-a-dump-dump. How about I bounce him off my rump? Another bat from Dad that I don't need right now. Jeez. Thankfully, when it comes to swimming around in Cape Claw, regardless of the time of day, at least you don't need to worry too much about freezing to death. So, that's nice. And you don't have to worry about drowning either, because that is not a thing in this game. Kind of strange how Fox can only swim on the surface level, but... Worth it. Worth breaking a few legs just to be able to progress a little bit further. Now, it looks like we've gotten all of the fuel cells around here, but one thing to remember is that Cape Claw is a pretty big place. In other words, it may not necessarily detect all the fuel cells that are within the vicinity. Not yet, anyway. There we go. I will say this as well. One very nice thing about this game is that if it asks you to use a magical attack in order to progress, at least the game is nice enough to give you a plan to restore your magic if you need to. Even if it's just enough for like 1 or 2 attacks or 1 or 2 uses of your move, it's still something worth mentioning. So, there you go. Hello, what do we have over here? Looks like some sort of pterodactyl that's crying up a storm. Poor thing. I mean, granted, it's trapped in a cage. Of course it's gonna be sad. There's also something else worth mentioning or really showing off too, which I will be showing off in just a few moments. If we take a good look at her through the cell here, and get a good angle at her. And yes, this thing is definitely a woman, I can tell. Okay, we didn't really get a good angle, but what I was trying to show off here is there's a bit of an oddity when it comes to her character model and her moving her mouth as she's sobbing. If we can get a good angle, then you'll be able to see that her mouth just hangs open as she's sobbing rather than crying like the... Again, just an odd thing I've noticed even as a kid. And you don't need the high-def telescope in order to even see this oddity either. You just have to get up close and personal.
Go get it.
Come on, Tricky. You get the ball? Good boy. Let's keep moving along now, shall we? Also, I really should feed you. Oh my god. Okay then. I guess we're not going to be feeding you for a little bit. Tricky, are you going to go play fetch? Ah, boy. That's a good boy. Thank you. Again, once he gets the desired color palette that we need, then we'll be able to just not worry about playing with him anymore. Sure, I might still play with him on occasion, but even so, still something worth mentioning anyway. Are you finished? Alright, come on, Tricky. We got places to be. Oh, I should have blocked that. I'm such a goob. Oops. Can we grab it? No? Okay then. I know that, Tricky. I mean, I'm kind of trying to deal with this asshat here. But the problem is that he just refuses to stay up for very long. There we go. Finally. God damn. That was annoying. God, I hate those guys. But they're nowhere near as bad as some of those other enemies we were dealing with for God knows how long. Alright, now we can finally feed you. I said we can feed you now. Thank you. Much better. Okay. You know, I really wish we could carry more of these grub tub mushroom things. I really do, but unfortunately, we can't. Now, you may be wondering, what's up with these whirlpools? Do they take you to someplace new and mystical? Unfortunately, they do not. So that's something you need to keep in mind. Ow. Now then, freeze!
Fine.
There we go. Another piece of gold added to the collection.
Flame.
Oh, and one more thing I haven't really mentioned yet, if it wasn't obvious. If you happen to touch those thorns, then obviously it's gonna hurt. And no, we're not talking about being blasted by a coconut gun, which can fire in spurts. And yes, being shot by it obviously hurts a lot. But yeah, touching thorn bushes, no, just don't, okay? Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. If you're wondering how much pain you would receive if you happen to get hit by, or happen to touch one of those thorn bushes, well, it's a pretty decent amount. Keep that in mind. Also, as you can see, there is another one of those sharp claws that require a payment in order to pass. Believe it or not, you don't have to pay him. And I believe his fee is pretty substantial, too.
You pay me scarabs to pass.
Okay, it's not that substantial. It's 25 scarabs. Even so, you can just tell him to bugger off and pound sand, because there's this warp thing, or this rocket pad right here that you can use to just as easily get up here. It's a little bit slower and a bit more out of the way, but you know what? At least you don't have to pay in order to get up here. But keep in mind, though, you do need to... You'll need to just drop back down in order to continue.
When I heard the Sharp Claw were coming to Cape Claw, I hid my
Whoa, okay. Crash.
precious gold
Crash.
below the sand.
Oh, shnikes. Okay, let's go into the properties and see what we can do. I'm going to try disabling dual core and synchronized GPU thread. Maybe this will help with making it more stable. Well, that sucked. It also sucks that I haven't saved in a little bit too, so yeah, unfortunately we lost quite a bit of progress. That's what I get for not saving frequently enough. Time to add one crash to the counter. Dang it all. Dang it, dang it, dang it. 40%, not too bad. Let's see, where are we?
Wait for me.
Okay, not too far back, and it looks like Tricky's color palette is still here, which is great. Bye! Also, I'm pretty sure the Groundquake won't do very much against that guy. Okay, yeah. Unfortunate. And here I thought I would be able to... I thought we would be okay in terms of fuel cell count and just overall progression. But no, apparently not. That stinks. It really does stink. And here I thought I finally solved the crashing issue. Alas, it is what it is. Maybe I should have just disabled the dual core option from the start. Which, yeah, I suppose that would make sense. So I think how that particular error works and what happens in terms of its execution. Okay, I'm not explaining this correctly, but what I'm trying to say here is my theory, or what I've read online as to what's going on and from what I'm able to understand, is the graphics card and the CPU are working together whenever dual core is enabled via Dolphin. And if one of those two gets desynchronized, that will cause the crashing issue. In fact, even in Dolphin's own configuration, it will be like, maybe it's a better idea to just have this unchecked. Because if you do have it checked, then it could cause crashing issues. Which, yeah, I probably should have had that disabled from the start, but the reason why I even had it enabled in the first place, quote-unquote, is just because of the fact that it should, in theory, help offload some stress when it comes to loading textures and just loading the games in general. So, what that should mean, in theory, is that the CPU and the GPU should work together to help offset some issues and just make the games run better. But sadly, it doesn't work that way. Okay. After you set this thing ablaze again, we'll go ahead and give you a nice treat, because you deserve it. You're a very good boy. Now then, freeze, my good sir. Freeze! Freeze before me! Bye. Good job.
Fine.
Okay, once we get this thingamajig, we'll do a jig. There we go. Perfect. Just what we needed. Hey, Tricky, where are you? There you go. Now, before we talk to that one dinosaur, I think they're called a high top? I don't remember their exact species name, but regardless. Once we talk to the big guy over here, or before we do that, then what I will do, just before we talk to him once more, is save the game. Just in case. Because you never know. Bye. There we go. All done. Alright, let's talk to you now.
When I heard the Sharpclaw were coming to Cape Claw, I hid my precious gold deep below the sands. My memory's not what it used to be, though, and now I've forgotten where I buried them. With the help of your little friend, you should be able to find them. Return all 4 gold bars, and I will help you on your quest.
Sounds good. Thankfully, I've already collected all... Whoa, okay. What the hell is shooting me? You? Okay, you're a butthole. Pound sand, you jerkwad. Leave me alone. There you go. Here's your gold bars. Now, please take them before I perish. And they're not even holding it properly. What's up with that? And suddenly 4 gold bars appeared. Thanks, dude.
The Sharpclaw have captured a Cloud Runner.
Ah, so that's what those pterodactyl creatures are called on this planet.
The Sharpclaw have captured a Cloud Runner.
I already knew this. Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. And yeah, we don't need to worry about paying a frickin' entry fee for the one Sharpclaw. We don't need to pay 25 scarabs. We don't need to do anything like that. We just need to pass go and collect $200. Excuse me. Now you may be wondering, what was the point of returning those gold bars? Well, if the cutscene wasn't any indicator, he helped lower a ladder that was previously raised. So, there you go. That is his reason for existing. He has more of a reason to exist, trust me. One thing I kind of wonder is, for those who have played this game for retro achievements, I wonder if they've also had crashing issues when trying to play through Star Fox Adventures as well. Maybe they have, maybe they haven't. I have no clue. Who's to say for certain? Okay, that's clearly not the way. I thought about playing with Tricky a little bit more here, just to try to progress a little bit further with his changing color palette, which unfortunately I did lose some progress when it came to that because, you know, Crash Bandiloot. Anyway. We'll play with him again relatively soon. Oh my god. I wanted to jump across. I wanted to jump. Actually, now that I think about it, I want to see what's this way. I didn't really get much of a chance to look and see. Oh, okay, that's a place I can't enter yet. Unfortunate. Well, I'm sure we'll find a way soon enough. Trust me. Hey, Tricky! Okay, I'm not going to worry about playing yet. This is quite a mysterious place. It may look to be a dead end, but trust me when I say this is anything but. I was wondering what was up with Fox's leg, but... Whoa, okay. Just as I thought. I knew this wasn't a frickin' dead end. Although it will be if we let the time run out. And thankfully, we don't have to worry about Tricky, suffocating with us. It's just me, myself, and I. Alright, come on, let's go. Gotta do this quick. Oh, gotta love that stutter. If you couldn't tell, if you happen to run out of oxygen here, then yeah, you're done. You're donezo. You're just gone forevermore. Also, again, I apologize for the stutters. There's not really much I can do about it. There we go. That was pretty close, not gonna lie. But there we go. Looks like taking care of this little trap has set the Cloud Runner free. Although she's not really stepping out right now. But... Hello there, young lady.
Whoa! A Cloud Runner! Shoo shoo! Go away, Cloud Runner! Get away!
Jeez, racist much?
He is an Earthwalker. I am a Cloud Runner.
For
Our
real?
tribes do not
Whoa.
see eye to eye.
Hello.
His father has probably been saying bad things about me.
Who locked you in there?
General Scales. Who else? You see, I am the queen of the Cloud Runner tribe and also its gatekeeper.
That
Wow.
guy needs to be taught a lesson. Where is he now?
He used my powers to open a path to the Cloud Runner fortress. I must return there to help my tribe.
I'm gonna need that SpellStone. Looks like you've got yourself company, lady. Peppy, I'm returning to the R-Wing. Can you make sure it's ready for takeoff?
Wait a minute! There's no way I'm going up to her fortress.
Okay.
You can sit this one out. We'll head back to Thorntail Hollow, and you can wait there for me to return.
I'll meet you at the fortress. Good luck.
Thank you, young lady. Hope to see you soon. And also, speaking of thanks, thank you, Hachikura, for following me on Twitch. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoy your stay on the platform. And I hope you continue to enjoy the content. I apologize for not greeting you right away. You just happened to have followed me during a cutscene, which, when it comes to me, I tend to let cutscenes play out. So yeah, what we need to do now is head all the way back to Thorntail Hollow, now that we now have access to the Cloud Runner Fortress, which is going to be our next stop. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit before we can head there, because we got quite the trip to head all the way back there, and then we got to make our way to said fortress. It does make me wonder, though, how many fuel cells does it take to get there? If I had to be a betting man, I'm going to say 15 fuel cells. I could buy one more fuel cell at the shop before we leave and find out for myself. Climb, please. Thank you. Okay, let's keep moving along now, shall we? Now, I'm trying to remember, what is the missable achievement for clearing the Cloud Runner Fortress? I'll have to look that up. I could look it up on my phone. That way I'm not stressing out the computer and just creating unnecessary downtime. Which, yeah, that would not be the best of ideas. But if you're wondering, why is it that Tricky is so, he's not exactly thrilled to be in the presence of a Cloud Runner? Well, according to the game's lore, Earthwalkers and Cloud Runners do not see eye to eye. And I think even Tricky's mother explains this as well, though I'm not sure when. Probably relatively soon, but either way, they don't exactly see eye to eye, and as a result of this, and due to some bad experiences of which Tricky's father has experienced with the Cloud Runners in the past, I think that's rubbed off on Tricky himself, so that's why he thinks like his father. So in other words, it's a bit of a parenting thing. They think that way, and thus the son thinks that way too. So, gotta love racism. Am I right, or am I right?
Go get it.
Hey, come on, Tricky, let's play for a little bit. Just before we leave. Because as you can probably tell, within the cutscene, Tricky is not exactly thrilled to be going to Cloud Runner Fortress. As a result of this, he's not going to be coming with us. Although there is a bit of an oversight when it comes to the initial cutscene of boarding the R-Wing. And you'll see what I mean soon enough. Alright, come on, Tricky. Let's keep moving along. That way we can get your next color palette back. And hopefully not crash the game again. Although I haven't really saved in a little bit, so... Tricky? Are you okay? Never encountered this before. What an odd glitch. Poor Tricky seems to be stuck on the geometry. Alright, that's fine. There we go. You wouldn't think that Tricky would get stuck there. Or even here. What the hell? Is he running against an invisible wall or something? That only he can hit? I don't understand this game. This game is a masterpiece. Come on, Tricky. Let's keep moving. Alright, let's go. Get the ball. Go on, Tricky. You can do it. Hello? No? I guess you're done playing?
Go get it.
Are you not comfortable playing around here? Okay. There we go. Now, I could have sworn that he just changed colors not that long ago. Oh, there goes the ball. Dang it. Well, I guess Tricky's not going to be playing for much longer. Can you... Okay, then. Gotta love it when the ball just vanishes without much of a reason or a cause. Well, I suppose it was in the water, so that does make sense. Still, though, kind of strange if you ask me. Come on, Tricky. Come on, where are you, boy? There you are. Come on, let's keep going, let's keep playing. That way I can cycle to your next color palette, maybe. Okay. Yep, there we go. Got ourselves another color palette swap. And by the way, if you're wondering how you can restore Tricky's original color palette as seen on the icon on the top left-hand corner of the screen just under the magic bar, well, if I have to be a betting man, once you get or unlock Tricky's original Dinosaur Planet color palette, then the next time that you change colors again with Tricky, then what will happen is he will change back to his original color palette. I think that's how it works. Now, I would love to be able to possibly, pick up a few more fuel cells before we leave. Or before we head on off to the Cloud Runner Fortress. So Tricky can pick up the ball while it's in the water. Neato! It still makes me wonder, though, how in God's name do I get to those fuel cells over there? Again, I could look up a guide, but I just have a feeling that we can't get to those until much later in the game. Like, once a major event happens around here, then we'll be able to have better access to this place. Maybe. Again, that's just a gut feeling that I have. I could be totally wrong. I don't think there's anything up here I need to worry about. Yeah. Okay, nothing here. Okay.
Go get it.
Let's keep moving along now, shall we? Might as well continue to try to make more progress as we, Actually, now that I think about it, maybe I can talk to the Queen Earthwalker. Maybe she can give us the answers as to why Tricky is, why he thinks the way he does. Maybe. Just maybe.
Grub tub fungus? Give me lovely green moss anytime.
Well, I suppose they don't.
Take care of my son, Fox.
Thanks. I just noticed that the rain is leaking through here. Oh, that's why. No roof. I'm a dingus. And here I thought there was a problem with the game's programming. Or there was just a bit of an oversight or something else going on, but no. No. I'm just being a doofus. Just didn't know that there was no roof over there.
Go get it.
I could buy one more fuel cell just to see how many fuel cells exactly this trip to the Cloud Runner Fortress will take. And, you know, I may just do that. Just because I have a little hole in my pocket and I kind of want to spend a little bit. And maybe get on the shopkeeper's good side. Just a little bit. Maybe. I know I'm kind of wasting time here, but there is a reason for my madness. Come on. Give me the ball. Thank you, buddy. Now then, time for me to do a little bit of shopping, and then we'll be heading on off to the Cloud Runner Fortress. I also haven't had much of a chance to try to play the gambling minigame where we can bet up to 10 scarabs. We'll worry about that another time. For now, I just want to buy the fuel cell and go.
You pay this much. Okay, I'll sell it to you.
Thank you very much. Pleasure doing business with you, sir. Again, makes me wonder, how many fuel cells does this guy have? That is the million-dollar question. And I think I just realized this now, but buying fuel cells, it doesn't count towards the total fuel cells that you need for the achievement. So, yeah, kind of a waste of time, but alas, it is what it is. But hey, I wanted to even things out. Now then, we have enough fuel cells to reach Cloud Runner Fortress. Let's go ahead and return to orbit and see how many fuel cells it'll take. See what I mean about the oversight? As you can see, Tricky is clearly climbing into the R-Wing. Even though he clearly stated flat out he did not want to go to the Cloud Runner Fortress. Why is it that he hopped in so willingly? Eh? No idea. But either way, I will go ahead and save the game one more time just in case. And honestly, it would be a good idea to do that anyway, because we have ourselves another achievement to go for now. Time to head to the Cloud Runner Fortress.
Cloud Runner Fortress has been attacked by General Scales and his shop floor army. It would make an ideal base from which he could rule over the planet. The fortress stands on ground that is rich in gold and diamonds. With this wealth, Scales would become unstoppable. Find the SpellStone and save the Cloud Runners. Let me out.
Sounds good. Let's do it. Alright, let's do this. And of course, there is another achievement tied to getting all 10 gold rings and making it to the end. And as you can see, as we're progressing further and further into the game, you are going to be required to collect more and more gold rings in order to unlock the Gatekeeper's force field. Why is there a force field in the first place? That's something I really do not understand. To be honest there, I kind of panicked a wee bit. Whew, okay, got it. Be good. Okay, so far so good. We're up to 6 out of 10. Okay, that's 8, I believe. Here's number 9. One more to go. And there it is. Mission complete!
It did it, Fox! The force field is down!
Another achievement added to the collection. Sweet. 990. Not the worst score in the world, but still not the best either. But hey, at least we don't have to worry about playing the course again. Whew. That took a little longer than necessary. Well, actually, no, it didn't. It took the exact amount of time as I was expecting.
This is Cloud Runner Fortress. I'll fly ahead and check if it's safe. Meet me inside.
Sounds good. See you soon, my lady. Again, apologies for all the stutters that you may be seeing. Not much I can do about that. Okay, so it costs 10 fuel cells to make it to Cloud Runner Fortress. Cool. Honestly, when it comes to the whole fuel cell thing, it's really a non-issue. 100% of the time, really. You're going to have way more than enough fuel cells to make it to each and every single destination throughout the course of the game. Honestly. I think the only time you would ever run into trouble when it comes to fuel cell management is if you're a speedrunner and you're trying to speedrun the game in like a non-glitch category or something. Maybe. Now then, let's get moving. If you're wondering how exactly we go about lowering the gate, what do we need to do? Well, as far as I know, I think there's a switch we need to shoot at. And once we hit the switch, then we need to head down here and then pass through some gates. At least I think that's how it works. Let's see. Okay. Can we please drop back down? Thank you. One very nice thing about the Cloud Runner Fortress is that we don't need to worry about freezing to death. I think I've mentioned that before. Okay, here's the switch I was talking about. I thought you'd shoot it, but no. We just have to press down on the switch and then we're golden. So if you couldn't tell, what we need to do here is pass through all the gates. And we have to do so within the time limit. And I think if you drop into the water, then you automatically fail. I could be wrong. We'll find out right now. Okay, we barely made it with like a fraction of a second to spare. Like, holy guacamole. I thought for sure that falling into the water means that we fail automatically. Whew. Way too close for comfort. But at least the deed is finally done now. Ooh. Now we just need to fire at the switch and then we'll be fine. There we go. Now we can finally get inside the Cloud Runner Fortress. And by the way, once we clear this place, then I believe the gate seals right back up with no way of opening it again. So, yeah. Again, this is another one of those places where it's like, once you complete the place, there's no coming back. So keep that in mind. Okay, as far as I can tell, there's no reason to worry too much. Okay. Oh, there is one other thing I haven't really mentioned here, and that is General Scales apparently has some sort of security system in place. If you happen to get caught in the spotlight or in the searchlights, then you're going to get zapped. And it will take a pretty decent chunk of health away, like 2 units worth. I mean, it's not 2 whole units of energy, but it's like half a unit. So be sure to keep that in mind. Of course, if you're one of those super bosses, then you can just run straight through and just tank the hits like a champ. Of course, that's entirely up to you and your playstyle. You can choose to do that if you want. What do we have over here? Looks like a whole lot of nothing. Again, it may not seem like much, but coming up here was not necessarily pointless. Well then again, maybe it was pointless. Whoops. Well, that's just the nature of adventure games. It's fun to just explore around and see what you can find. You may find something that's a complete waste of time, and other times you may find something pretty useful. Speaking of useful...
I know it was the fox that set you free. Now where is he?
I do not know what you're talking about.
You will tell me! Where can I find the fox?
He will find you, and he will destroy you.
Well, damn.
Stop. It's over, Scales. Leave the queen alone.
Damn Skippy. Now release her, damn it!
Take her away.
Jeez,
The famous
man.
Fox McCloud. How nice of you to pay us a visit. Why don't I show you some of our hospitality?
Sounds good. Why don't we dance instead? Oh, okay. This is not what I had in mind when it came to dancing, dang it.
My staff.
Well, that was pretty funny. Well, this sucks. As you can see, our staff is missing. And if you're wondering exactly what we need to do here, why don't we ask Slippy?
Slippy here? Got yourself stuck again?
Well, it's complicated. Anywho, he can send us a disguise to fool the guards, but the prison walls are causing too much interference for a successful teleport. Perhaps what is needed is an explosive touch to crack the problem. Use the disguise to get your staff back and escape the dungeon.
Hope that helps you, Fox. Slippy out.
It most certainly did. It actually gave me a pretty good idea as to what we need to do. Of course, I knew this from prior knowledge, but even so, still nice nonetheless. And also, escaping from this place, pretty easy. You just have to be absolutely careful. I wouldn't say this is like Metal Gear Solid, but still not exactly easy. Kinda surprised that didn't wake us up.
Grab your staff, but don't wake the sharp claw.
Okay, that should be easy enough. By the way, if you walk into any of those puddles, you will wake the shark claw up. But you can go as fast as you want, and he doesn't care. But as soon as you go splish splash and take a bath, that's when you're going to have problems. Which is really, really dumb. And as a kid, I couldn't quite figure that out so easily. Great job. Whoopsie daisy. Oh well, no biggie. You can try again. Now we just gotta wait for it to go boom. All done.
Hi, Fox. I've been studying the mission, and I think this will help you.
Ooh, thank you, Slip. Much appreciated. Although I do kind of wish that he would teleport us our blaster, that way I can blast the frickin' sharp claw in the head and then be on my way. Now, here is our sharp claw disguise. As you can see, it is absolutely flawless. I mean, it's giving off vibes of those inflatable T-Rex costumes that you would typically see at a convention or something. And also, while you're in disguise, you can pick up these crates right here. However, if you try to pick them up at any other point, then unfortunately, you can't do it. Why? I don't know. Maybe the disguise gives Spock some extra strength. Who knows? Either way, it's time to change shifts.
You take over. Keep eye on prisoner. Me go for break.
Oh my. Looks like this guy's had a little too much to drink prior to his shift. Kinda surprised that we were able to fool him so easily, but here we are. There we go. We got back Krystal's staff. Don't lose it again. No, really? I thought I'd throw it into the ocean. Like a boss. There is one other thing worth mentioning when it comes to the Sharp Claw disguise, and that is, believe it or not, it costs a pretty decent chunk of magic to use. Like, it costs about a third in order to activate the disguise. And if you want to deactivate the disguise, well then, you're going to have to push the B button to cancel. And I believe the disguise is active as long as you don't get attacked or get hit by something. I could be wrong, but I think that's how it works. Either way, time to raise the cages and set you free.
To find the SpellStone, you must first activate the wind lifts. This is the key to the power chamber. The power supply to the whole city is down. These wind lifts will only work if you restart the generator.
Very interesting. Makes you wonder, where did he pull this from? This is the power room key. With it, you can access the fortress's power generator. Cool. Again, makes me wonder, how did you get access to this? How did you get a hold of it?
Hurry! There's no time to waste. Let's get out of here.
Sounds good. And yeah, he's going to be walking real slowly towards the exit. But thankfully, you don't need to worry about waiting for him or following him or whatever. He'll find his way out on his own. All you have to worry about is just getting out of here alive. Which is pretty easy to do so long as you don't get your baps zapped. And let me tell you, the damage does add up over time. So be sure to keep this in mind. Ouch. Also, once you get zapped, it takes about 5 seconds in order for the searchlight to become active again. So, if you feel like you can just tank one of those searchlight zaps, then yeah, you should be fine. You'll be perfectly fine. You're golden. Don't worry about it, Chief. See? We're okay. Don't worry, we're not Slippy. And no, Slippy is not here. So therefore, we are not okay. LOL. Okay, here we are. Right back to where we were previously. Also, you may notice these big crates around here that are for the Sharp Claw army. Well, you can't lift those, even with the power of the disguise. And I'm pretty sure that, okay, they can bypass the searchlights. Neat. That's something I wasn't 100% sure about, so that's cool. If you want an easier time of getting past the searchlights, then clip on the disguise. And you'll be able to run around for a little bit. Just keep in mind, though, that it does cost magic to use. And you also can't engage in combat while in disguise. Well, then again, I don't think the disguise would even allow you to do that in the first place. Okay. Doesn't look like there's anything of use in here. At least not yet. I'm pretty sure there will be at a later point down the road. So, at this point, you can choose to leave the Cloud Runner Fortress and come back later once you get your hands on some additional supplies if you need to, but really, there's no need to just leave the place and come back later. Okay, before we head that way, I want to see what else I can find around here. All that for one measly scarab. Well, that was pointless. What's this? Oh, okay. I think I understand what these things are, what they're supposed to do. I think how these work is you push one of these things down, then the cage will only stay open for a short period of time. Afterwards, they'll drop back down and you're going to be in a load of trouble. How much trouble exactly? Well, you just have to press on the switch again. Ouch. Okay, didn't expect that. Yeah, see? Cage has already dropped back down. And I'm also really low on magic, too, so that's kind of bad. Ouch. Okay. No big deal. Just tank the hits, and we'll be fine. Also, I'm pretty sure you do need to access these quote-unquote treasure chests in order to progress forward. Sure, we could use that key right now if we wanted to, which may not have been a bad idea to do that, but still, I'm just saying. It's best to explore as much as we possibly can before we move on. You never know what you may find. There we go. Sweet. I wonder what this thing is. Looks sort of like a weird-shaped Chaos Emerald. It's a light gem. Place it inside the Fortress Generator room to reactivate the power around Cloud Runner Fortress. Okay. Yeah, I thought so. I figured that we needed to do something like this. Okay, let's keep moving along now, shall we? Alright, let's see what this one will do. Okay, up that way. Got it. Ow. Go away, please. Unfortunately, as far as I know, there's not much that you can do about that. I don't think you can destroy those drones that are flying around here. Maybe you can if your aim is straight and true. But then again, maybe they will instantly retaliate and murder you. Another light gem. Coolio. Alright, drop down, please. One other thing I will mention here is... Just a second. Ow. Okay. So, shooting these things, when it comes to... Shooting those electric drones, what that will do is that it will buy you a little bit of time. It doesn't permanently destroy them, though, which is unfortunate. But, even so. Now then, I wonder if there's anything over here I need to worry about. Thank you for the health, I really needed that. Excuse me. Maybe I should go and check out that one room now. Considering that one of the switches requires us to go to the second level of this place, I have a feeling that we can only get through that particular location by going through here. Wow, okay. Talk about intoxicating. Yeah, if you couldn't tell, if you happen to stay in this room for too long, you will die. I wonder why there's such toxic gas in here. I don't understand that. That is so weird. Talk about antisocial, am I right? Okay, now how in God's green earth am I supposed to get up to the second level? Was that shark claw just floating in the air, or am I going crazy? Because I'm pretty sure they were just floating in the air. How are you doing that? Okay, that was kind of wasteful. Dang it. Oh, man. Well, this is going to take a little bit to figure out. How the hell am I not hitting the box? Whatever. Guess I was hitting it on the wrong side. Didn't think there was a wrong side when it comes to those things, but alas, it is what it is. Now then, let's keep moving along. Oh, okay. I think I understand what I need to do here. Sometimes, when it comes to figuring out exactly where you need to go, it takes a little bit of observation skills. You just need to look around a little bit. Feel free to look around, yes. And we're also just going to try to ignore these guys as we make it to the gate. Bye! Again, you don't have to fight every single sharp claw that you see and commit mass genocide. You don't need to worry about that. No. Who do you think you are, Andros? Okay. Oh, that takes care of that. Sweet. Job's done. Ow. Okay, didn't quite expect that. But, that's okay. Doesn't really matter too much to me. Well, now that we finally have the last gem, we can finally restore power to this place. And thankfully, that shouldn't take too much effort to do. Bada bing, bada boom! There we go. We done. Bye-bye. Wow, that was awesome. It looks like the toxic waste is completely gone now. Nice. Cool. Alright, well, as a result of our little shenanigans, now we don't need to worry too much about trying to... no. I forgot what I was going to say, dang it. Ah. Okay, what I was going to say was, at least now we don't have to worry too much about getting lost for much longer. And also, these switches are now fully activated. So, if you're wondering exactly how you go about flipping those things and what do they do, the answer to that is very simple, ladies and gents. You flip the switch to turn off the fan and just fall back downwards. But if you choose to leave them on, then they'll lift you high into the sky. Boom, baby, boom! Alright, leave me be, please. Bye. See ya. Okay. Let's move on. Wonder if we can just slip past these guys. Yes, we can. And we can also hit these platforms now. In terms of what they do, in order to activate them, you have to be wearing the Sharp Claw disguise. After that, that is when you'll be able to activate those switches. If you try to step on them as Fox, they will do absolutely nothing. Also, screw this guy in particular. He looked at me funny. He needs to perish. Better save just in case, because the stutters usually means bad news bears. Alright, let's keep moving now, shall we? See ya. I really wish that was like a one-hit kill move or a one-combo move. Unfortunately, it's not. It's just another one of those things where it's like, yeah, you can deal more damage, yes, but unfortunately, it's not something that you really can do. I better take care of this guy nice and quick. I really wish I could throw these guys off the frickin' face of the planet here. That would be pretty funny. But alas, I can't do that. It's dumb, I know, but it is what it is. Now then. I think one thing I'm going to do is, before we continue, I am going to look up the achievement list real quick, just to see what the missable achievement is that I need to be on the lookout for. So, I will be back in just a few moments, so give me just a wee bit, please. Okay? Okay. Okay, I think we're about ready to return. Let's not end the current emulation. Can I go back into the game? Can I go full screen? Yes, we can. Okay, that took a little bit. Oops. Whew. Okay, sorry for the interruption, folks. I was just checking the achievement list to see if there was any missable achievements to be on the lookout for here at Cloud Runner Fortress. And fortunately, there is not. There's none I need to worry about whatsoever. So, we can continue. Now, you may be wondering, what exactly do we do with this? Oh my god, climb the stupid thing, please. So, what is our next objective? How do we progress? Well, if it wasn't obvious, what we need to do here now is use our sharp claw disguise to carry the explosive barrel from its starting point towards the lower level all the way around here. And once you sit this thing down towards its resting point, that'll be when you'll be able to stop the timer temporarily until you eventually... Whoa, okay, that's real fair. Screw you, game. Thanks. Great. You gotta love them ambushes, am I right, or am I right? Oh well, no big deal. By the way, I'm pretty sure that even if you are in disguise, an ambush... enemies that spawn during an ambush will always spawn in no matter what. In other words, I believe you still have to deal with them. Always. Then again, maybe I'm wrong and they'll just spawn in and be like, oh hey, a fellow Sharpclaw, how you doing? Be on the lookout for a pesky little fox, okay? Okay. Thank you. Have a nice day. See you soon. Perhaps that's how it works. I could be wrong. But either way, still something worth mentioning regardless.
Fox! The floor of this cage seems unstable. See if you can find a way of breaking it.
That shouldn't be too hard to figure out. And of course I will save my progress. Well, there is one other thing I will go ahead and mention here real quick, and that is, you may not have noticed while I was trying to reactivate full screen earlier, the gameplay window kind of got funky. And I'm not talking about getting funky like Funky Kong. I mean, like, it was flashing repeatedly. Why it was doing this, I have no idea. But either way, I seem to have fixed the issue, and it's back to normal now. Also, why are you crying, young lady? I mean, I know you're trapped in the cage, but come on now. Grow a pair! Seriously, it's not that hard. You're the freaking queen, for Pete's sake! Show some dignity. Come on now. There's a time and a place to cry, and now is not one of those times. You need to remain calm and think things through. Come on, man, you got this. Okay, let's go ahead and drop down. Oh, and another thing worth mentioning too. Dropping down and perishing, yeah, that is an instant game over. Keep that in mind. Okay, anything down here? Oh yeah! Now I remember what we need to do now. We need to use another explosive bomb to make another delivery. Fortunately, this one won't take anywhere near as long as the last one. Plus, it'll be way better. Trust me, it's gonna be great. Just watch this! Okay, that was not what I wanted to do, game. I wanted it to fly across straightwards. Straight and true, not up against a frickin' wall. Boom, baby! There we go. You're free!
Are you all right?
My children. When I was captured, they became scared and are now hiding around the fortress.
Oh dear.
Please, take this. Use it when you hear them. Its call will guide them back to me. If the Sharp Claw find them, I fear they will leave the fortress forever.
Fair enough to be fully concerned about your children. Trust me, we'll save them. It shouldn't be too hard to find them. Just one thing to keep in mind, though, is that once you begin this sort of activity, it does have a pretty strict time limit. So here we have the Cloud Runner Flute. Queen's babies will only respond to this call. And as a result of this, I think it would be a very wise idea to put this in our immediate access slot. You know? Just saying. If we don't do this, then we're going to be in a load of trouble. Oh, speaking of babies, oh dear, looks like we already found one. Okay, seriously, why do you have to be such an ass? I mean, it's just a baby! It's just a wee baby! You don't need to do that. You don't need to scare the poor thing. And by the way, this thing will only respond when you get close enough and the C stick icon appears. And bada bing, bada boom. Why are you tweeting like a bird? That's a bit of a strange noise, but no, I'm not complaining. Another very nice thing about the game too is that once the Queen of the Cloud Runner's children calm down, then you can take your sweet time to get to them and give them a call. Yeah, I don't have time for this crap. Now freeze, boy! Freeze! I gotta say, that's a pretty funky tune. I like it. What about you? Do you also like the music? I think it's pretty sweet. Oh boy, it looks like we're gonna be making quite the trip around here. And thankfully we have the time limit to compensate as well. Okay. Is it this way? No, it's the other way, dang it. Now, it may seem like that one area we explored before was a big load of nothing, but trust me, it was anything but, and I was absolutely right to assume such a fact. I wonder, can the ground quake actually do something useful here? Let's give it a try. Oh yeah! It actually was pretty useful. I just have to capitalize on it. Although it only did like 1 unit worth of energy, which is really annoying. So not as useful as I thought. Oh my god, I thought you were frozen. Bye. I'm done. Are you serious? That didn't work? Okay, maybe I just needed it to land first. There we go. Now we're done. Beautiful. Okay, I was wrong. There's still one more. I thought we were finished, but no, not yet. I think inevitably you are going to take some damage right there, unfortunately. Not much you can do about it. Sure, you can try to roll, but I think you'll accidentally roll off the fortress. which that would not be good. It would not be good for anyone. Now, I don't like the fact that I am so low on magic right now, but I'm sure we got plenty of time to take care of this. There we go. Fully restored and ready to go. Ready to take names and kick ass. Although I don't like the fact that I'm so tight when it comes to our current time limit. Also, if you happen to encounter any enemies along the way that are not facing your objective, leave them be. Just ignore them and you should be fine. Oh, that sucked. Okay, there we go. All done. Oh, come on, really? That wasn't good enough? I guess I was too close to the little guy, which I suppose that makes sense. Much better. All done. And there we go. That's all of the Queen Cloudrunner's children. Sweet. Well, that was pretty smooth. Sure, we had a couple of rough bumps here and there, but really, not too bad, all things considered. Not bad at all. And also, we will never be using this flute ever again. Which is unfortunate. Because I was kind of digging the fact that Fox was able to play this thing with such great ease, you know? Or with such ease, rather. But alas, it is what it is.
Thank you, Fox. As promised, here is your reward. Scales has hidden the SpellStone inside the treasure rooms. Find it, Fox, and return it to the Force Point Temple. Our planet is in your hands.
Thank you very much. Thank you for putting your faith in me. I will do my best not to let you down. Okay. Getting to where we need to go to next really isn't that hard. And we're already good when it comes to Batham Dads, so we don't need to worry about them. We have way more than enough. In fact, we're fully maxed out. Now then, on to the next boss fight. Although this particular boss fight is probably one of the most unique ones in the entire game. And it's probably one of the best ones to boot. And you'll soon see what I mean. Let's go ahead and save the game first, just in case. Anywho, welcome to the treasure room. As you can see, there's quite a lot of gold around here. A lot of gold dust, to be exact. Grab the thing. Thank you. Okay, that was pointless. Now, this is an instance where you want to flip that fan switch downwards. Because if you don't do that, then you're just going to be blown back up to the surface. Okay, can't quite do that. Oh, I think I know why. Okay, this is going to be a rather unique puzzle that we need to solve. Shouldn't be too hard to do, but even so. Okay, let's set you down there. Drop down. Now, as far as I can recall, I believe the timer for that bomb, it should be way more than enough time to take care of... Way more than enough time to... Or perhaps not. I forgot to flip the switch. Good job. Alright. Well, what a way to waste a frickin' firefly in the process. Dingleberry. Alright, let's just throw it away and we'll try again. Good job! I hate it when I accidentally do that. Okay, cool. It's right in place. That's where it needs to be. Okay, I thought about trying to jump down that way, but no. That is not a good idea. I feel like if I would have tried to jump down, then I would have just plummeted to my untimely doom. Not exactly good for our life insurance policy, you know? Alright, let's flip the switch. I thought I missed for a minute. That would have really sucked. Okay. Let's head on down. Gotta love the fact that the firefly just highlights a big black void. And if you happen to have the map for this place, you can see that this place is, it's quite interesting. And if you want to leave this place, you will need a little bit of magic to propel yourself out of here. But really, why would you do that? You are so close to the boss. There's really no need to fly out of here. Hello, Scales.
Scales!
Get the SpellStone out of here!
Wow, what a jerk. Way to use your own crony as a meat shield.
Huh?
Wait, what? Did he just activate some sort of a hologram or something like that? I don't know. Well, either way, time to get the SpellStone back. It does make me wonder though, why is it that he didn't just grab the SpellStone himself? Why didn't he just grab it and then teleport out of here? Well, then again, maybe that particular projection of General Scales is nothing but a hologram. So, who knows? Alright. Now it's time for this fun fight. Although it's more like a really fun minigame. And I think this is going to be the last time we're going to be using this snowmobile thing. Which, yeah, that does kind of suck that it ends too soon. But anyway, as you can see, we do have a fuel gauge. If we happen to run out, then unfortunately we lose automatically. Thankfully, you can restore your fuel by running over boost pads. Not only will it restore some of your fuel gauge, but it will also give you a bit of a speed boost too. So, I guess you can say we can use the boost to get through. Your main objective is very, very simple. It's not to blow up. Rather, the actual objective is to hit the Sharp Claw who's carrying the SpellStone on this obstacle course. And you just need to hit him enough times until eventually he blows up. Of course, hitting his cronies is, it's entirely optional and they're just there to get in your way. And they'll just run into you repeatedly over and over again. So, yeah, that does kind of suck. But it is what it is. But thankfully, once all the cronies are taken out, there's only the main guy left, which is, again, just another Sharp Claw crony just driving around the snowmobile in the frickin' mines of the Cloud Runner Fortress. And like I said, this is not a hard fight whatsoever. Just keep pursuing him as best as you possibly can, and try not to run into too many obstacles. Yeah, it's obvious, but hey. Sometimes you may not know exactly what you need to do, but there we go. We're already done! Hooray! That was easy. There we go! Second SpellStone collected, and our first Water Stone.
Well done, Fox. You now have the second SpellStone.
And with scales gone, my tribe can now start to rebuild their lives. I am forever grateful.
Thank you very much.
Don't forget, as soon as you get back to the surface, you need to find the Ocean Force Point Temple.
That I will. That I will. Alright, time to head back to Dinosaur Planet and drop off our next SpellStone. I'm kind of surprised we're only just a little over 3.5 hours into this session. Kind of crazy. Well, it also helps that we've only crashed once in this whole session, so it's a new record! Hooray! Hopefully in the next session we won't have to worry about crashing at all.
You did it again, Fox! The fortress is back in control of the Cloud Runners. You must take this SpellStone to the Ocean Force Point Temple. It must be located near to the sea. Have you been anywhere like that yet, Fox? When you get back to the planet, contact Peppy for further details. Pepper out!
You know, it's kind of funny that General Pepper mentioned that, because not too long ago we were at a sea location and there was a pretty peculiar looking building that looked to be a Force Point Temple entrance. Unfortunately, we couldn't really enter the place at the time because, well, one, we were lacking a SpellStone, and second, or two rather, we had no means of accessing the place at all. So, there we go. Okay, let's keep moving along now, shall we? Sure, I could just rocket boost my way to Dinosaur Planet if I wanted to, and yeah, I could do that, but one other thing to remember as well, if you are playing this game for retro achievements and you're connected online, you can post to the game's leaderboards, or the online leaderboards for retro achievements. And if you happen to be good enough, you can obtain number 1 if you want. Ooh. Score of 1120. The same exact score as the second place time. Great job. Whatever. Not a big deal. Alright. Home sweet home. You love to see that. Love to see that we're making some good progress as well. And Tricky, were you inside the R-Wing the whole time? Or am I going crazy? Well, either way. Oh, you want to play now? Okay, sure. We'll go ahead and do that as we make our way to the Ocean Force Point Temple. Come on, Tricky. Let's keep moving along now, shall we? Now, speaking of the Ocean Force Point Temple, that is going to be where we're going to be encountering another missable achievement. And believe it or not, this particular achievement appears twice. And no, it's not an error. It's not an error as to how or why it exists twice. Oh my god. I don't even know what was inside. I think it was some scarabs or something. Well, either way. Oh, okay. I guess you're not going to be worrying about the ball right now. Okay, that's fine. I guess this place is kind of skinny.
Go get it.
I mean, we might as well try to keep playing with Tricky as much as we possibly can. And no, we're not talking about SSX Tricky. Oops. Come on, Tricky. Let's keep moving. Hello? Can you use your flying Raijin Jutsu? No? Okay. I guess we'll just continue moving along.
Go get it.
Hey, Tricky, where are you, boy? Hello? Ah, there you are. That took a little bit. Okay. Let's move along now, shall we? I also really love the little squeaky sound of which the rubber ball makes. It's really cute. I love the cute little detail. Come on, give me the ball. Good boy. Thank you very much. Okay, let's keep moving along now, shall we? I'm sure this trip to the Ocean Force Point Temple will be a pretty smooth experience. Also, Tricky has obtained yet another color palette. Cool! Alright, let's keep moving. Now, shall we? Also, if you're wondering why exactly I saved my progress right there, you can never be too careful when it comes to these things. Sometimes you may run into some trouble. You know? You know what I'm saying? Thankfully, since disabling a dual core via the game's properties, I think that did actually solve the issue of me crashing earlier. But again, you can never be too careful when it comes to these things. Thanks, Tricky. Thank you for giving the ball back, despite the fact that we're clearly in danger right now. I'm in danger. Bye.
Go get it.
Alright, let's keep moving along. I wonder, will we be able to keep playing as we navigate through the maze? The amazing maze. I guess not. Or actually, yes we will. I'm going crazy. Ugh. Hey buddy, over here. Do you want to play? You want to keep playing? Come on. No? You're just going to stare at the ball and do nothing. Okay then. Ow. Stupid plant. Why did that be such a jerk? Okay. Well, that was certainly a fun journey. That's for sure. At least we got another color palette for Tricky, so that's nice. Alright. So far, so good. At least now we don't have to worry too much about collecting more fuel cells right now, but I do know that more are going to be showing up sooner rather than later. So that is something that you all need to keep in mind as we progress. Now then. Can't believe we've been going on for nearly 4 hours now. Sure, I had a short intermission when it came to looking at the achievement list. And yeah, as you can see, the fuel indicate the fuel cell radar thing is going off right now, which means, yep, there is another fuel cell around here. Apparently, there's trouble too, because the music isn't exactly... Whoa! I was gonna say, is that guy in a T-pose? Maybe he was, and I'm going crazy. Either way, let's take this guy down. You doing okay?
Hey, you stay away, you stinking furball, or me smash you good.
What? But I just saved you.
Me trust no one. Sharpclaw say I steal their things, but they stinking liars.
Oh dear. Oh dear. A potato!
Me get out of this place. Adios.
Adios, amigo! Dang, that guy can really swim. Although now that we have this thingamajig, we're gonna be in a lot of trouble. It is a fire gem. Inside this gem is the sacred Krazoa flame. Return it to a Krazoa head to and unlock the path to the Ocean Force Point Temple. Okay, sounds simple enough. Now, before we continue, I want to see if I can do something about this whole fuel cell situation. Although, it does seem to me that the cannon guy can't exactly aim for beams. Excuse me. Okay then, I guess I can't do anything here yet, unfortunately. But, the good news is, since we do have our disguise available, now we can use it to access a brand new area we couldn't access previously. And you'll soon see what I mean. Remember earlier where we were up this way, and I saw a door we couldn't access? Well, with the disguise now, we should be able to do so. All done. Wow. This place has definitely seen better days. Now then, Tricky, can you stay right here and press on the switch until I tell you to stop? Thanks, bud. You the best. There we go. Now, question is, how do we get out? Back the way we came. Oops. Come on, Tricky. It's time to go. Oh, there you are. Gotta love that flying Raijin Jutsu. Always seems to come into play when you least expect it. Like how? Oh, now that I think about it, I think one thing I'm going to try to do is debate this guy into shooting the rock. Maybe. Maybe he'll shoot it, maybe he won't. Maybe he's smart enough to say, hey, ugly, over here, hit me, gosh dang it! No? Is the guy not going to shoot me? Hello? Hello? You want to know what the fox says? Huh? It's saying that you're a freaking grandpa if you know what I'm referencing. In other words, you're as old and mad as me! Well, either way, not going to worry about that too much now. Okay, let's keep moving along now, shall we? Ow, all that for one scarab. One! Maybe the guy's confidence when it comes to aiming a cannon, it's not exactly great. So that's probably why. Okay. Now, in terms of where we need to go to next, we just need to head over here. It's kind of funny how not that long ago, we couldn't really access this area beyond the waterfall. And that was because the current was just too freaking strong. Now that we've found a way to disable the current, now we can get through here with ease. Bada bing, bada boom, we're already here. And we're performing for you. Okay, I'll stop. My, that was quite the drop. To be honest, I wasn't really expecting that, but here we are. Oh, hello. Honestly, I was kind of expecting this. Then again, I was kind of expecting a trap. Oh. Okay. Now it makes a lot more sense. Although it does make me wonder, why is it that Fox can't dive underwater? Like at all? I mean, Link can do that in The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, so why can't Fox McCloud? I mean, he clearly can swim without too much of an issue. Is diving underwater really that big of a challenge? Maybe. Who knows? Alright, let's go ahead and insert these fire stones or whatever the hell they are. Bada bing, bada boom. Open sesame. Okay, that ain't gonna work. But if you're wondering exactly what we need to do, first, we need to get Tricky onto this platform, have him stay, flip the switch, and then have him find the flame. Find his flame and bada bing, bada boom. The deed is done. And I'm pretty sure he'll just jump down on his own. And if you don't feel comfortable letting him do that or perform a flying Raijin jutsu, yep, see, there he is. No problem. You can always lower the platform back down if you wanted. But again, no point. He'll just vanish without a trace. Okay. Well, here we are, folks. We're finally here at the Ocean Force Point Temple. And of course, there is a missable achievement here, as I've mentioned previously. Now, I'm pretty sure you can't keep this switch held down forever. Okay. Yeah, clearly that ain't gonna work. Okay. Just need to finish draining the water the rest of the way. Either that or drop a stone. Or we can just do that and teleport to the middle of the room. How strange. You know, now that I'm really thinking about it, this really is giving off vibes of the Water Temple from The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. I guess you could say Dinosaur Planet, aka Star Fox Adventures, really is heavily inspired by The Legend of Zelda. You know, there is another game that is sort of heavily inspired by Zelda as well. Although that came out, like, way back, like, during the late 90s, and I think very early 2000s. Not 100% sure, but either way, still worth mentioning. As far as what I'm talking about, the game I'm talking about is Daikatana. Never played it. I haven't played it, and I don't think I ever will. I'm just not interested in that. It's just a game that doesn't interest me, that is all. Also, you may be wondering, how the heck did I know that hitting the switch again would lower the water level once more? Well, it was sort of a raw instinct. I kind of knew this for quite a while now. Even as a kid, it was super easy to figure out. It doesn't take a rocket science to figure stuff like that out. Did I just go back to... Yep, I just went back the way I came. Dang it. Oopsie daisy. No big deal. Alright. Thankfully, we don't need to redo the whole puzzle again, thank God. But, again, when it comes to the missable achievement that's here, there's a certain activity that we're going to need to do that, upon entry, there's going to be a point where we'll have to perform a certain activity. And once we start, that is when the fun officially begins. You'll see what I mean soon enough. Hopefully I'll be able to get it during this particular attempt. And if I don't get it, well then, that's going to be a bit of a problem. And like I said, this achievement that I'm talking about is missable, and it appears twice throughout the course of the game. And it appears for both Ocean Force Point Temple visits. Okay, Tricky, where are you, boy? Oh my god. Really? Why was that not good enough? I don't understand. Excuse me. Excuse me again. You know, speaking of Ocean Force Point Temples and all, maybe I should take a drink real quick. Well, when it comes to me and drinking water, I always feel like I'm going to accidentally feel like I'm going to need to use the bathroom. And, yeah, I can hold my urine in for quite a while, but at the same time... Go away, please. Thank you very much, and good night. Alright, here we are. Welcome to the Ocean Force Point Temple. Let's get to work. By the way, I'm pretty sure that activity I'm talking about, it will be happening once we get inside. Or once we activate or head into the teleporter or something like that. Not 100% certain. But either way. Okay. Now this is a fun room because as you can see, the floor over there is electrified. And if you happen to step on these tiles for whatever bizarre reason, you will not get hurt, but you will be sent back to the starting point right here. So, if you want a good pattern as to what you need to do here, or how you want to navigate, just press on the switch over here over and over again. And then just have Tricky stay on the platform until you make it across. So let's see. I think this is where we need to go. Actually, before I get started, I kind of want to take care of this. Because according to the game, there's a fuel cell around here. And again. Okay. How the hell did it phase through that? Well, it is water, so I suppose that makes sense. Still though, kinda weird, if you ask me. And no, that's not just an emulator thing. This, I believe, also happens on original hardware. By the way, this is one instance of where the high-def scope would actually be helpful here. Oh dear! Oh, that hurt. Dang it. Okay, I misread that. Okay, that was... Alright, this should be a better pattern. Okay, let's try this way. That was incorrect. Dang it. Okay. Note to self, when it comes to navigating through this electrified floor, think of it as opposite day. So if it's displaying over here on the right, let's try going to the left. Hooray! I was right. So now we just go boom, 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 and then done. There we go. The floor has been passed. Hooray! We don't need to worry about the electrified floor ever again. Later, dude. Now then, freeze! Everybody clap your hands! Sorry, I had to do it. Can't do anything about that door yet, unfortunately. But, hey, we'll be able to take care of it soon enough. You really want to play now, Tricky? Of all places to play, to want to play, why here? Eh, who cares? Now, I really do want to get the fuel cells that are around here. There is one other thing I just noticed when it comes to many of the floors around this particular part of the Ocean Force Point Temple, and that is, it's filled with ice. So in other words, it's super slippery to navigate through. And it's really easy to accidentally slip and fall back into the water. Thankfully, you don't get punished for falling into the water or anything, you just... The only thing that happens is you just have to swim back up here again. Oh my god. Fox, please. Stop. If you are that paranoid about falling back into the water, just walk. Walk. Don't run on this slippery, slidey stuff. Okay? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. And there we go. All the switches have been flipped, and we don't need to worry about them anymore. And here I thought I'd be able to make that jump. That would have been pretty cool, actually. I wonder if speedrunners actually do that. Then again, maybe not. I mean, what do I know? I'm not a speedrunner of Star Fox Adventures. Who's to say? If any of you are speedrunners of Star Fox Adventures in the chat right now, just enjoying a casual trophy hunter or achievement hunter going through the game, and just enjoying your time, then share with me your wisdom. That would be awesome. Okay. Now that that's taken care of, now we can actually start the freaking puzzle. Now, you may be wondering, why don't we just take the teleporter and go? We can't do that. The teleporter is not active. So what we need to do first is hit the orb from across the map here, from way downtown, and make sure we hit the right color. Once we do that, then we can move on. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and save the game right here, because I have a feeling that this is when things really start to get fun. And I mean that in probably the most sarcastic way possible. Okay, I think the activity I'm talking about will not, it will not trigger the achievement opportunity until we actually start it. Which, yeah, that makes sense. Now, as you can see, we have quite ways, we have a lot of stuff to navigate through here. And it's pretty easy to get completely lost. There are several puzzles that we need to solve in order to progress. However, we can't really do much of anything at the moment. Not until, not until we do something in particular. As far as what that thing is, I don't know for sure. But as you can see, there are some fuel cells right above us. And unfortunately, there's not much that we can do right now in terms of trying to collect those things. I really wish there was something that we could do, but unfortunately we can't. We just can't get up there yet. So, if you want to know exactly where you need to go, and what you need to do, you could look at the map. That can give you a pretty good idea of what you need to do. Or you can ask Slippy for help, too. That is something else you could do, too. Alright, before we change the water level... Okay. I think it's safe to say we can change the water level now. That would be a pretty good idea, don't you think? Alright, let's see what we can do over here. Now, I'm pretty sure this block is a pretty obvious indicator of doing something rather interesting. It does make me wonder, what is it that we need to do? That seems to be a pretty good indicator. Alright. I think the block is supposed to be pushed there in order to be able to raise the water level back up again. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. I will say this, when it comes to the Ocean Force Point Temple, despite the fact that it gives off a lot of vibes from the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time's Water Temple, at the very least, it is a lot easier to navigate through. And it's also very easy to not get lost in here. But it doesn't mean that you can let down your guard at any point. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Now this is going to be the fun activity I'm talking about here. So, I'm going to save again, and then we're going to get things underway.
Flame.
Alright, time to lock in, boys and girls. Let's do this. Nice miss. So for this particular achievement, what we need to do here is we need to finish this activity with 1 minute remaining on the clock at the very least, about a minute or more. And if we happen to miss the, if we don't do it within the time allowed it via the achievement, then unfortunately we miss out on it. Oh, there we go! We got it! Excellent! Yay! Fortunately, when it comes to our first visit for that, it is a hell of a lot easier than our second trip through here. So that is excellent. We managed to do it with plenty of time left to spare, so that is great. And that is one of the missable achievements. Sure, the timer says that you have 3 minutes to douse all 4 flames that are spinning around there, but you really only have 1 minute, like 1 or 2 minutes. Now then, as you can see, there is the teleporter here. I believe, yeah, this is going back the way we came. I would like to check out this area over here because it looks kind of fancy. But it doesn't look like that we're going to be able to. At least not for this trip. Well, then again, maybe I'm supposed to... Yeah, I think we're supposed to solve this puzzle first. So, what is this exactly? This should be a pretty simple pushing puzzle. Just need to push the block across this block maze. How you go about pushing this block is that you have to use the Fire Blaster ability in order to do it. And if you happen to hit the outer walls, then that will reset the block puzzle completely. But thankfully, this one is like brain dead easy. And there we go. We are done. Hooray! Da 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 da. Okay. Like I said, brain dead easy puzzle. You just face the block that's facing the wall, or like the inner wall, and bada bing bada boom, Bob's your uncle!
Go get it.
Oh, so you don't want to play now? Oh, there you go. I was wondering why you weren't chasing the ball right away. Alright. Okay. We'll do one more throw and then we'll move on, okay? Okay. Go on, Tricky. Get the ball. Be a good boy. Very good. Good boy. Alright. Okay, let's move on now, shall we? Don't worry, I am going to try to collect these fuel cells during this trip. If I can, great. If not, well then, there's always the second trip. Which I think that's what the game intends for you to do anyway. So, no biggie. Like I said, I will be collecting these fuel cells. And as you can see, there is a teleporter over there. And I believe that's where we're going to be dropping off the SpellStone. Which, yeah, dropping it off really should not be that difficult to do. Nothing over here. That's interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we'll have to wait until our second trip before we can even have an opportunity to get that particular fuel cell. Or those fuel cells, rather. I'm surprised that counted. I thought that was a blue color, not a green color. But here we are. Whew, boy. Only 4 hours deep and we've already turned in 2 SpellStones. That means we're roughly 50% of the way done, I think, now. Which is great. I really love making sweet progress like this. You sure you want to play now, Tricky? Why don't we wait a little bit? There we go. SpellStone number 2 has been returned. Which means now there's only 2 remaining, and we still have 4 more Krazoa spirits to find. Gotta say, we're making really great progress here. There we go. Alright, let's go ahead and save our game and take a look at our current progress. 54%.
Display your current mission status.
Not bad, not bad at all. Okay, thanks, Slip.
When you need me. Slippy, over and out.
Hi, Fox. World map downloading.
We're supposed to return to Thorntail Hollow, huh? Okay, that seems like a simple enough task. I mean, I don't foresee anything going wrong. I mean, it's just a hop, skip, and a jump back to Thorntail Hollow. And maybe we'll play a little bit along the way. And by play, I obviously mean play with Tricky, you dingus. And I think we're going to be pretty close to another set of missable achievements. As far as what I'm talking about, you'll soon see what I mean. For now, though, don't worry about it, Chief. We'll worry about it when we get there. You know, now that I'm really thinking about it, do you remember that one guy who just tossed us that one stone? Who was like, "Get the hell away from me, you dingus! Go away! You're such a... You smell!" Okay, I don't know why the game was not letting me select any spells, but oh well, whatever. Not like I need to fight that guy anyway. Sure, he kind of looked at me funny, but hey, his breath stinks. He may have, the... He might have something like that. Gotta practice social distancing, you know. Okay. Let's keep moving now, shall we? kind of crazy to think that we got 2 SpellStones, or we returned 1 SpellStone and then got another within the span of 4 hours. That's pretty nuts. And again, I think it really helps with the fact that I only crashed once this entire session. Granted, I did temporarily exit out of full screen and just did like a quick BRB just to look at the achievement list. And to be fair, I think what I'm going to have to do for like future sessions is pull it up on my phone. It is right here. I don't see why that wouldn't be such a bad idea. I mean, it serves well enough in terms of screen real estate and legibility. I mean, it's not like my phone is a potato. Hello? This seems rather suspicious. Why are you sitting here by yourself? Yeah, I thought so.
Hey there, little fella. Oh, I don't like this, Fox.
Me either.
Fox, look out! It's a trap! Get it!
Oh! Damn, son! Fox just got jumped!
That's the one! That's the stinking beast that took my treasure!
What happened? Untie me right now!
I am Chief Lightfoot, and we don't like thieves.
Thief? What are you talking about?
Exactly.
You take our treasure and give it to the stinking Sharpclaws.
Yeah, tell him, Chief. Kill the stinking pig. I didn't take your treasure. You gave it to me.
Exactly. You tossed it like a hot potato.
Thieves.
Use the flame command at the right time, and I'll help you get out of here.
It does make me wonder, though, why is it that the other Lightfoots didn't notice this? But as you can see, what we need to do here is pretty dang simple. We just need to hit the A button at the right time in order to use the flame command from our little Cloud Runner friend. However, it is easier said than done because the bar swings around so quickly. And if you happen to mistime the A press, then Fox is going to take some damage. Thankfully, if you have some bathroom dads with you, then if you happen to die, no big deal. You can try again and just keep going until eventually you run out. We have 10 of them, so I don't see us using up all 10 of these guys. Although I suppose I could use some pause buffering strats. Let's try it. Nice miss. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. We can still work with this. Okay, so pause buffering may not be so helpful here. There we go. So far, so good. Only 2 left. Nice miss. Also, I just noticed that the sound effect for mistiming the A press, I think it's actually reused from another Rareware game. Which one? I think it's Diddy Kong Racing. I'm honestly not too sure. It does sound familiar, though. I'm surprised that worked. Yay! We win!
Make the boat stop! Make it stop, and I'll untie you!
Sounds good. Looks like we have a deal. Thank you!
Thanks for helping our queen, Fox. I'm glad I could return the favor.
You're welcome, and thank you for your help. I really needed it. Well now, that was certainly fun. Well, that was certainly something. Well, remember the things that we picked up earlier on? Yeah, we can actually insert those things now. And in terms of what they do, well, if you couldn't tell, it raises some platforms from the ground. And trust me, you need all of these stones in order to progress. So coming here early was definitely well worth the trip. And if you're wondering exactly where Tricky is, it does make me wonder, why didn't they kidnap him too? That is the million-dollar question. But then again, now that I'm really thinking about it, Tricky is technically a prince of the Earthwalkers. And the Earthwalkers are the dominant species here on this planet. Much like how humans are, how they are dominant over all life forms here. Maybe the reason why they didn't try to kidnap him was because they don't want trouble from the Queen Earthwalker. Or maybe even the King Earthwalker if they don't know exactly where he is.
Fox! Shouldn't we take a look around? There may be a Krazoa spirit here.
And that is my intention, Tricky. We are definitely going to be taking a look around here for sure. So yeah, if you do end up leaving the village, and you happen to come back after, say, returning to Thorntail Hollow, then what will happen is a short little cutscene will play of a young Lightfoot whacking a set of trees in order to raise the gate and get back inside. So be sure you're paying attention to that cutscene, because if you are not paying attention, then unfortunately you would be soft-locked at that point, and you would have to consult either a strategy guide or the internet in order to figure out what you need to do. Because the cutscene will only play once, and never again. So be sure to keep this in mind. Alright, I would like to possibly lower some of those cages or caged doors. That's for sure. That is definitely something I really want to do. Now, as I was going to say, there are 2 missable achievements here. And in terms of those achievements, in order to unlock them, we have to complete a series of minigames. And we have to do so within a given time limit. As far as what that time limit is, I will explain when we come across them. Excuse me. For now, why don't we have a little chat with the chief of the village here? Maybe we can earn his trust and figure out what we need to do next.
Oh, not you again. We know you didn't take our treasure, so just go away. Yeah. So, you looking for Krazoa spirits, eh?
How do you know that?
Yes, I am.
So, maybe I help you, eh? You see, we keep a secret from the Sharpclaws. Under our village is a mighty chamber. Some say it was built by the Krazoa. Do you want to see for yourself, maybe?
Duh! Stupid question. Of course we want to see that.
Not so fast. Only if you complete the Lightfoot test can you enter.
Well,
They're laughing at you, Fox. You gotta do it now.
But before you decide, take a look at this.
As far as what this is, we have 2 different tests that we need to perform. We have the tracking test and the test of strength. The tracking test is that we have to activate all 4 totem poles within the Lightfoot village. Beat Musclefoot's all-time record of 2 minutes and 30 seconds to pass the test. That is the goal. However, for retro achievements, you need to do this within 1 minute and 30. However, for the test of strength, aka the harder of the 2 tests, we need to rapidly press the A button to compete against Musclefoot. Only the strongest can push him into the pit. In other words, we need to do this test within 10 seconds. Okay. Let's try to get this one done and out the way, because, like I mentioned, this is the more difficult test of the 2. Let's go!
Let's see how strong you are.
Let's do this. I made that look incredibly easy, but trust me, it's anything but, and this is a massive difficulty spike.
Well done, Fox.
That damn.
You have beaten our strongest Lightfoot.
And we did so within way more than 10 seconds remaining. Hell yeah! Sweet. I'm glad we got that one done out the way now. But, yeah, like I said, when it came to that particular test, I could not pass it to save my life as a kid. And since I did not have a turbo controller at the time, I had to get creative in order to pass that particular test. And if you want to know what I did, this is what I did. I had a pair of DK bongos, like way back in the day. And I used those bongos to figure out what part of the right bongo was the A button. And I just hit that particular part of the sensor over and over again. And that was how I was able to pass the test. So basically, I did like a hot swap between the original GameCube controller and the DK bongos, like during the cutscene. That was how I did it as a kid. So yeah, sometimes you don't need the turbo controller in order to pass tests like that. But still, turbo controllers still help quite a lot. And if you're using a modern day controller like, say, the 8-bit DOE, then yeah, turbo can be pretty helpful here. Otherwise, you'll be in for like one of the most difficult tasks in the entire game. And trust me, it is a massive difficulty spike. Like, massive. And no other test exists like this ever again. I'm serious, it's nowhere near as difficult. Alright, now then. Yeah, we finished that in like 5 seconds. I guess you could say I'm a boss. But then again, I have played my fair share of Mario Party, so that helps a lot. Now then, time for the tracking test.
Activate all 4 totem pole before time runs out. Go.
Okay. Now this one's going to be interesting because we have to do this within 1 minute and 30. And that does not help. Now, I know the game says that we have to do this within 2.5 minutes, but for the achievement, you have 1 minute and 30 to do it. If the icon disappears on the lower left-hand corner, then that means we failed our mission, and we're going to need to restart in order to try again. It's the reason why I saved my progress before starting the test. It also helps to have the rocket boost power-up assigned to the Y button. This way it saves you a few precious seconds. It saves you a few seconds trying to do this test. Speaking of doing the test, I've already failed. Great. Because I've only known about 2 of them. Where's the last one? I know there's one right here. Oh dear. Okay, that's number 3. Now we need to find the last one, and like I said, I think we've run out of time now. Yep, it's gone. Dang it. And that's why we save the game prior to starting the test. Okay. Before we try doing that again, what I'm going to do is just do a little bit of looking around in Lightfoot Village to see where these stupid things are. So, okay, there was one right there. Oh my god, I'm such a goob. So, note to self, that one first, then we go to that one, then we go to the one over there, and then finally up the stone wall. Got it. Thankfully, we don't need to do the test of strength again because I've already completed it, so No need to worry. You know, I was kind of hoping to have full magic energy right now, but unfortunately I do not. Okay. Let's give this another try now, shall we?
Activate all 4 totem pole before time runs out. Go!
Alright, attempt number 2. Let's do this. Another thing worth pointing out too is that if you happen to have the map for Lightfoot Village, you can also use the map as a means of locating where each of the totem poles are. They are represented by the little red dots on the map. So, if you're wondering exactly where you need to go, there you go. Of course, one of the red dots is a lie, so keep that in mind. Nice. Didn't mean to fall into the water like an idiot. Okay, that go. There's number 3. One more to go. Oof. Well, that wasn't great. Oh my god, the stupid current. Why are you doing this to me now? Go away, please. Go, 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 go! Fox, can you climb any slower? Just made it. Phew! Goddamn!
Well done, Fox. You have completed the tracking test. Very good. Huh. Well done, Fox. You are now honorary member of Tribe.
Thank you very much, my dude. Much appreciated. Oh man, that was way too close for comfort. I'll tell you that right now. Kind of surprised we managed to make it within like less than a second remaining. At least when it comes to the retro achievements. We still had way more than enough time when it came to just doing the objective normally, but still, just saying. It doesn't make it any less stressful, you know. Now then, now that we're finally done with that, now that we're full honorary members of the Lightfoot tribe, excuse me, we can now finally take on the Krystal spirit test that's located somewhere down here. If you want to do those tests again, unfortunately, as far as I know, I think once you complete both tests, you cannot do the tests again. And again, maybe it doesn't allow you to do that upon acquiring the Krystal spirit. I think that's how it works. One thing I remember as a kid constantly being thrown at me ad nauseum while I was trapped here within Lightfoot Village is the cutscene that would play if you lose at the test of strength. I mean, oh my god, that has, like, been permanently ingrained into my brain. And if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. Does anyone else have the same sort of issue here? Have you as well been traumatized by... Have you also been traumatized by the test of strength here in Star Fox Adventures? I would love to know. Okay, that is clearly not the right way. Now, if it wasn't obvious, what we need to do here is that we do need to find a way to move this totem pole, but move it in the correct direction. And we need to line up the snake absolutely perfectly. Question is, how do we do it? That's not the way. Maybe Slippy can help.
Slippy here.
Let's see, the Crow Shrine lies within the mound. To find it, okay. You must first reveal the snake that hides in the mound. After this, don't forget to enter the shrine. No, really? I thought maybe you could be a little more help here than just being as vague as crap, but guess not. I guess Slippy had his time in the sunshine, like way back at Cloud Runner Fortress. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. Okay. Now that I'm really thinking about it, if the Fire Blaster isn't working, maybe I should try the Ground Pound instead. Okay, that didn't work. Well, I will admit, I thought that was a pretty good idea. And here I thought I would be able to maybe move this thing, but no, apparently not. Let's try something else. That does not work. That did nothing. Okay, this is going to take a little bit of trial and error to figure out. Again, it really does make me wonder, how do you get this thing to move? I mean, it shouldn't be that hard. Oops. Okay. Apologies for my brain shutting off here. I cannot remember what I'm supposed to do. Well, not playing the game for nearly 20 years, it makes sense. It does make sense that I'm going to forget some things, while heavily remembering others. Okay, that ain't working. Okay, what am I supposed to do here? Sure, I could go off screen again and look it up. Oh, that's what I'm supposed to do. Okay, now it makes a lot more sense as to why the things were not moving. I was supposed to press on the switch. Just need to try harder. Okay. First part down, on to the next. One thing worth mentioning when it comes to stopping the totem hole snake is that you have to keep in mind that you have to deal with travel time when it comes to your fireball attack. So don't be afraid to fire early if you need to. Did I hear that there's a new teaser trailer for Kingdom Hearts 4? Yes, I have Super Collects, and I've actually seen that trailer. It's looking really sick, and I'm really looking forward to seeing more from the game. And I also hear it's coming to Nintendo Switch 2 at the same time as all the other platforms, which is pretty nuts. And I'm really happy to see that. How about you? Are you looking forward to Kingdom Hearts 4? I sure am. Hey, let's keep moving. On to the next test. Okay, off we go. Question. Where's the ladder? Oh, right there. Dingleberry. I'm cool with that. It is nice knowing that when it comes to... Go away, please, you stupid fly. You annoying little fly. Alright, let's go. That was easy. What can I say? Going through the fire and flames. We'll carry on. Not a big deal. Oh my god! Are you for real right now, game? I don't know why I couldn't just drop down. And also, for whatever reason, if you happen to rub against those little spikes there, they hurt you. Don't ask why, they just do. It's as if they're dipped in poison or something. Kinda strange. Even so, still worth pointing out. Alright, let's wait just a moment and go. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Easy game. Easy game. And we have yet another missable achievement right here. Here we go. Test number 3. Let's do this. Test 3. The test of fear. Okay, this is not the achievement I was thinking of. It's something else. You must stand and face your deepest fears. Keep the gauge, the guideline within the green area. If you succeed, I will become yours to return to the Krystal Palace. Sounds good. We interrupt Star Fox Adventures to bring you Parasite Eve. And also Turok. Any of the Turok games will do. So in order to keep the gauge within line, you just need to move the analog stick left and right. And as this test goes on, it is fully automated. So in other words, it will become harder and harder to maintain your sanity. If you happen to let the little red bar exceed the green heart, then the test ends in failure. Keep this in mind. Good lord, we got a big-ass General Scales hologram. Kind of funky, but... Hey, easy game, easy test. I say as I nearly fail a couple times, but there we go. We win! As of right now, you're looking forward to Toy Story 5. Nice. I haven't seen the 4th movie myself. What's the matter, scared? I love this achievement name. It's pretty funny. Nice quote, Super Smash Bros. Brawl. There we go! Collected the 3rd Krystal Spirit. It will remain in our body until we take it to the Krystal Palace, where it must be released. And that's exactly what we're going to do. And like I said, I think once you collect this Krystal Spirit, then you can't take on those tests again here within Lightfoot Village. Which is unfortunate. But, even so, it is what it is. Also, I'm going to see if I can pick up those fuel cells now, before we leave Lightfoot Village. Because I feel like if I don't, then we're going to have some problems later. Question is, how the hell am I supposed to get those things? I feel like becoming an honorary member of the Lightfoot tribe will allow me access to that particular hut where the fuel cells are. There we go. Okay, maybe I need to do something else. Because the cage is still up in arms, unfortunately. I thought maybe it would have something to do with these little light fixtures here, but no, that doesn't appear to be the case. Again, that is the million-dollar question. How am I supposed to release this thing? How am I supposed to open up the door? How am I supposed to open up the door and get into the house? Alright. I figure I'd go ahead and turn off the fuel locator for a little bit, just so we're not constantly annoying people. By we, I obviously mean me. You ready to see what characters and worlds will be in Kingdom Hearts 4? So am I, my man. So am I. I'm looking forward to seeing what Kingdom Hearts 4 will have to offer this time around. Maybe we'll finally have a Star Wars world. Who knows? That would be kind of cool. Although it does make me wonder, are they going to use AI, like generative AI, for Darth Vader's late voice actor? Are they going to do that, or are they going to have an impersonator, or, you know, an impressionist? You know, if they went with the latter route, then that would actually be very respectable. And that would actually earn Square some praise. Which they most definitely need right now, considering their most recent scandal with generative AI. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, recently some official key artwork was released where Tetsuya Nomura actually drew something for the most recent re-release of the Kingdom Hearts collections on Nintendo Switch 2. And as a result of... I'll get into that in a second.
My babies like to climb trees. Find all three and I'll reward you.
Oh, okay. So that's what we need to do. Makes sense. Okay, back to what I was saying though. We recently learned of some AI drama, which is... Oh, okay, we can do these tests again. Neat. Didn't know that. I think upon leaving, that's when we won't be able to take on the tests again. Excuse me. So anyway, back to what I was saying though. Tetsuya Nomura recently released some key artwork for the upcoming Switch 2 re-releases of the Kingdom Hearts games, like Kingdom Hearts 1 through 3. And what happened was, after Tetsuya Nomura drew the artwork and all, the North American branch of Square Enix decided to get their grubby little hands on the artwork, upscale it using generative AI, and also use the same generative AI as well to reposition some of the characters, making them look extremely funky. Like, so funky, it makes you think you're in Funky Town. In other words, it looks like shit. But yeah, a lot of people were pissed at Square, and they thought that the perpetrator was Tetsuya Nomura because that is his art style. But in actuality, it's all in Square. You never seen that? Interesting. It's all over Twitter, and I think even on there are some mentions on Blue Sky as well. But yeah, it is pretty nuts to think that the generative AI even had to be used in like key official artwork. It's really sad. Okay, so let's see. According to that Lightfoot, I know that the babies love to climb the trees. As far as where those trees are, as you can see, they are expanding high into the sky. We just need to find said babies. Where are the babies? Again, I could probably look up a guide for this. And honestly, I probably should. Now you may be wondering, how in God's green earth are we supposed to get over here? Well, that's out of the question. Now, as far as I know, I don't think there's any real easy way of getting over here necessarily. Oh, come on! You guys have to be here too? And you just have to camp the goddamn ladder. What's up? What's wrong with you?
Look out for my three babies. I think they're in the forest.
They're in the forest, huh? Also, how the hell did you get over here? Weren't you in just another building? Eh.
My babies, they are so naughty. They like to play underground.
Okay. Thank you for the advice. So, I think we got 3 sets of babies to find. Either that or just 3 individual babies. So apparently one of them likes to play underground, one of them loves to hang out in the trees as if they were the frickin' Lorax, and another one is hiding underground. The only underground I can think of around here is maybe right here within Lightfoot Village. That would make the most sense to me. Also, what's up with that funky light? Is that an emulator thing? Or am I crazy? Maybe it's an indicator saying, hey, look down here. Maybe you'll find what you're looking for. Maybe. Who knows? Did my mother do any kind of social media, or does she prefer to live a private life? She prefers to live a private life. She does have, like, a little bit of social media. I mean, she does a little bit of that, but it's mainly Facebook, and I know she has a Twitter account, but she's not really on it. I think she's mainly on there just, did I just hear a noise? Aha! There you are! Oh, okay, that's what that thing is for! It's to make them vanish and teleport them back to where we need to, where their parent is. This way, my little boy. Eh! But yeah, when it comes to Mom and her social media, she just has Twitter as well as Facebook. I'm not going to say what those are because, well, I want to keep that private. Okay. Well, that takes care of 1 set of babies, so that's great. Now we have 2 more sets to find. The other 2 sets are not going to be anywhere near as easy. Although, again, if the little foggy cloud is any indicator, that tends to say, hey, look over here. Look around here. Maybe you'll find exactly what you're looking for. And believe me, the reason why I'm even doing this right now is for the fuel cells. There may be something else around here that I need to worry about too.
Look out for my 3 babies. I think they're in the forest.
Okay. I will be sure to do that.
Thank you for saving my babies. Here is your reward.
Ooh. So as far as what that reward is, if you couldn't tell, a rocket boost pad was activated. And if you want to know where this will take us, well, only one way to find out. To be fair, when it comes to these Lightfoot Village rewards, I've never done these. I just moved on after getting the Krystal Spirit because I was 110% done with this place. I was like, yeah, I've had enough. I want this place scrubbed from my memory. Unfortunately, it stuck with me. And not for all the right reasons. Hello.
20 scarabs, and I'll give you a cheap token.
Sounds good. There you go. Eat up. Kind of strange how that scarab was just floating in the air. There we go. Another cheat token added to the collection. And of course we will be dropping this off before we head to the Krystal Palace again. Sweet. Now then, let's keep moving along. Gimme. Nice. Nearly got all of my scarabs back from that previous purchase. Excuse me. I don't think there's any other fuel cells over here that I need to worry about. As far as I can tell, no, that is not the case at all. Nice! Okay. Now, we have another set of babies to find. One of them likes to hang... One set likes to hang out in the trees, and another one likes to hide in the forest. As far as the forest is concerned, I think the forest is just outside the village, if I'm a betting man. Okay, my bet is incorrect. This is where we need to go. Perfect. Alright, let's keep moving along. Now then, where are these precious, precious babies? I know they like to hang out in the trees, but are they high in the trees? Or are they on the ground? That is the million-dollar question. Place your bets now. Are they on the ground or are they in the trees? Oh, they're right here. They're all right here. Perfect. For those of you thinking that they were on the ground, congratulations. You win my respect. Alright, let's just chase one at a time, I guess. Wow, you guys are sure weird. Okay, that's one. Only two more to go. Thankfully, when it comes to chasing these Lightfoot children... that was easy. You don't have to worry about them falling off the map or just getting misplaced. So they will never leave their designated area. So be sure to keep that in mind. Well, now that we have that set done, it's time to claim our just reward for that one. And I believe that one is for the forest. Can I talk to you, please? I don't want to raise my weapon against you. Oh, I've already talked to you before. I'm a doofus.
Thank you for saving my babies. Here is your reward.
Ooh, 3 boxes. What do they contain? Well, come on down and place your bets now, ladies and gents. I'm going to say fuel cells. That's what these things are going to contain. Now, in terms of the final set of babies, I'm going to say they're outside the village. That's my bet. And like I said, when it comes to re-entering Lightfoot Village, unless you know the combination, there's no coming back here. Okay. Nothing. There was nothing there. Wow, what a waste of time. It was just food and an empty box. Thanks. Thanks a lot. Much appreciated. 10 out of 10 would recommend it and do it again. Okay. Well, that was... this.
My babies like to climb trees. Find all 3 and I'll reward you.
Okay. Now we have to find the ones that climb the trees. In other words, I have a pretty good idea of where they could be. Keyword is could. Doesn't mean it actually is. But, hey, might be worth finding out. Let's take a look. Are they outside the village? Might as well save the game and find out. That looks to be a no. Oh, and by the way, the gate upon exiting Lightfoot Village will only stay open for a short period of time. Once it closes down, then you need to enter in the combination to re-enter the village again. And again, if you want to learn the combination, you just have to exit far enough outside of Lightfoot Village to trigger a cutscene. Ah, here you go. Okay. I was right. Hooray! So if you want to get these Lightfoot children down from the trees, all you have to do is give the tree a good whack. Okay, that's another one down. One more to go. Bada bing, bada boom, we win! Sweet. That's all 3 children. Sweet. God, I sound like a messed up person. Dang. And yeah, just as I thought. See? Unfortunately, the gate is closed. So we're going to need to enter the combination in order to open the place back up again. Which is pretty easy to do. Just need to exit far enough and maybe... No, okay, we don't get... Oh, there it is. Okay. Front. Back. And middle. And that's how you re-enter Lightfoot Village. Be sure to remember this, because once you exit out, you're not getting that cutscene again. Okay? Okay. Thank you for coming to my Tech Talk. I'm pretty sure I said TED Talk, not TikTok. Well, either way, the deed is done. We win. All the children have been found, and we should be able to grab the last remaining fuel cells here within Lightfoot Village, and we should be able to be on our merry way right after this. And yeah, considering that we're nearly at the 5-hour mark, I think what I'll do is, once I return to Thorntail Hollow, then I will call it a session.
Thank you for saving my babies. Here is your reward.
Thank you! And just as I thought. Hooray! Another set of fuel cells is ready for, now right for the taking. Sweet. Okay, let's go ahead and grab these things, and then we'll see if there's any more around here afterwards. We'll skedaddle. And maybe we'll play with Tricky a little bit along the way. Just for a little bit longer. Grab the thing. Thank you! Okay. Excellent. Doesn't appear to be any more fuel cells around here, which is great. Definitely happy to see that, that's for sure. Phew. Well, that was certainly a fun little adventure today. We really made a hell of a lot of progress, I'll tell you that much.
Go get it.
I'm definitely happy to see that we managed to get several more missable achievements, which is excellent. Sure, one of them took 2 attempts to do, but you know what? That's okay. Also, as you can see, Tricky transformed again. Still not the color palette that we're looking for, though, which is unfortunate. But you know what? That's okay. You just need to continue to play with him until he eventually turns into the correct color palette. Come on, Tricky. Let's go. You're doing good. So far, so good. Oh, nice bonk. Tricky, where are you going? Okay. Tricky, you're strange. You seem to have all kinds of magic tricks that you can pull right out of your frickin' dino butt. I swear to God, you just know the ability to teleport for whatever bizarre reason.
Go get it.
I don't understand. How does this work? How are you able to do this? Oh, I know. Video game logic. Whatever. This game is weird. Spleesh. Okay, I guess Tricky's not interested in playing right now. Makes sense. Alright, let's keep moving along now, shall we? You know, one thing I find kind of funny is back in the day when I had Action Replay for the Nintendo GameCube, I used to mess around with this game and use like a moon jump code. And one thing that is really interesting is this was like the first instance I learned about triggers and checkpoints. So what I mean by this is, you can probably tell there aren't hardly any loading screens whatsoever whenever we're exploring from one area to the next here on Dinosaur Planet. But there are actually a few triggers, believe it or not, that trigger the transition. So, what I mean is, if you happen to sequence break and go explore an area that would normally load a new area, like Thorntail Hollow, the Lightfoot Village, well, believe it or not, it would load it in a strange looking void. And if you happen to step inside the void, then you will soft lock the game. It's kind of funky and kind of creepy, but even so, still a little fun fact I feel like throwing out there, because why the heck not, right? Alright, now that we're finally here within Thorntail Hollow, I think I'm going to go ahead and start calling it a session here and start wrapping things up for today. I'm hungry, I need to figure out something for dinner, and yeah, now is a good time to wrap things up anyway. So with that, folks, I bid you all adieu for today. This is General Snivy with more Star Fox Adventures with retro achievements. Thank you all so much for watching, and if you were able to attend the live stream live, thank you for attending. Next time, we're going to return this Krazoa spirit and head back into the Krazoa Palace once more, and after that, we'll start making our way towards the next SpellStone, and be that much closer to finishing up this game. If we're lucky, we might be able to wrap things up within 4 sessions. How appropriate. 4 sessions, 4 Spellstones. That would be pretty nuts. But who knows? We'll have to wait and see what happens. So again, thank you all so much for watching. Hope you all enjoyed. And I will see you all next time for more fun under the sun with Star Fox Adventures. See y'all later. Go ahead and save the game and call it a day.